trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. The dark's all that I see, and your stars are burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky, trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence, and the dark's all that I see, and your stars are burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky, trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence, and the dark's all that I see, and your stars are burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky, trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence, and the dark's all that I see, and your stars are burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. And the dark's all that I see. And your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky, trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. And the dark's all that I see. And your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky, trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. And the dark's all that I see. And your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky, trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. And the dark's all that I see. And your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark, I see when your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets so lonely.
Hello, Sir
Now I see
Jayben.
violet, I can feel
Si Jayben, good
silence.
morning.
Dark so
Hello.
that I see.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Hello po, sir. Sir, paki-post po yung program para I can see the names
Opo.
of the presenters ng session 6, sir.
Sige po, i-stop ko na po yung presentation natin.
Sir Jayben ito. Sir Leo? Sir Boy?
Sir Jayben po. Sige.
Sir Jayben, paki-post, sir.
Doc, we
Session
communicate
6.
in our private message. Sa group chat na lang tayo. Mag-communicate. Thank you.
Naka-live pala tayo, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir.
And your heart makes no sound. I'll find valid in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. I'll find valid in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. Always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Welcome, Rania. Good morning.
You're the night sky, make me see your stars. But the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. Violet in your eyes, you'll always be my night sky.
welcome our one of the plenary speakers from Greece, my friend Professor Rania. I send you a private message. You may look into it. Thank you.
Hello, greetings from Greece. I haven't received any message in the chat.
Yes, my friend. Yes.
No, I haven't received something. No, I haven't received.
Just sent it today. I think you could open your messenger.
When it's not possible now to open Messenger, do you want me to do the presentation now?
No. We will follow still the program.
Good morning po, Doc. Good morning, Doc Noy. So all our participants, be attentive of the following house rules. Do not share the Zoom code. Moderators will be validating the email of the participants. Use the same email address that you registered with us. If you will use a different email address, inform us immediately. Please mute your microphone during the webinar proper and turn it on during the open forum or if you have a question. Be polite, do not interrupt. If you wish to speak or have any points or motion, raise your hand. The facilitator or host will recognize you and allow you to speak. Be prepared for technical difficulties. In case of technical difficulties, leave the meeting and rejoin the meeting. For participants who have friends that are interested to participate and we're not on the Zoom meeting, we are live in our YouTube channel and Facebook page. Please subscribe and follow. Some reminders on Facebook, our facilitators will be presenting the parallel series. On YouTube, the recorded presentation will be aired. Once again, I'd like to remind all the participants to rename your profile according to your name and your school. Session number, last name, given name, and middle initial. You will be instructed later after the parallel series on how to transfer to the plenary hall. 3 to 5 minutes will give you time, 3 to 5 minutes before the transfer. And do not transfer without the technical working group signal. For assistance, we have Dr. Myra, Dr. Yvette, Sir Jaben, and yours truly. Those who failed to submit their paper yesterday, they will be given a chance. You just have to coordinate with the technical working group. Talk should not exceed to the given time, 20 minutes. Thank you so much. A blessed day to each and everyone. To all our participants, our keynote speakers, guests, and the team, we are on the second day of our conference. I am sure that you are all motivated to captivate insights coming from our ingenious keynote speakers. May I request each and everyone to please discern silence. Let us set our courtesy and deference to the national anthem of the Philippines, followed by a prayer.
Bayang magiliw, pwes na silanganan, alab ng puso, sa libig mo'y buhay. Lupang linirang, tuwid ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin. Sa lagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bakaw, may dilatang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isap ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa at araw ng walhati pagsinta, tuwa'y langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may malapit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
our ever-loving Father, the core of every reason, the source of truth. You who made the earth and the heavens are the ultimate goal of every knowledge seekers, the infinite wisdom, the cause of all that is good. We are truly grateful for this opportunity to gather together as a community despite the challenges we face each day. Yet you remained and gave us strength to carry on the responsibilities of bearing intelligence and using them for better purposes. We now humbly ask you to join us in our endeavor to explore the wonders of life in the world for knowledge's sake, that in whatever we learn today, we become more grounded to you, who is truth, who is love. We pray that you bless our speakers, the fount of your infinite knowledge, that they can share something worthwhile despite the limited time we have. They can channel all they know and share to us the beauty and truth of living as your child. We pray that you guide our participants, the seekers of your boundless knowledge, that they may continue to persevere in the search and be deemed worthy to share what they learn from today's session. Sanctify us, O Lord, not because we are worthy of it, but because we believe in your love and mercy, that at the end of the day, we can take home something that's amazing and meaningful. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
I am muted. Thank you so much. Once again, in behalf of the working team of the Beyond Books publication, Macabebe, Pampanga, Philippines, thank you so much for making yourself unfilled and be a part of this 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference, Global Leaders and Educators Award, with a team crossing beyond borders amidst emerging paradigms. This will be our second day, the ninth day of April 2021, ensuing the Philippine Standard Time. It is an honor, or should I say, an adequate extent of gratefulness on my part to assist you in this conference once again. I'm Lejan Vergara Alfonso from Pampanga, Philippines. And thank you so much to all our friends around the globe. We have friends from India, Indonesia, Greece, uh, Brazil, Turkey, Qatar, and other countries. Thank you so much. And to deliver our welcome address, my dear friends, to all our participants, to all the speakers, and the team. He is a master teacher at Buenaventura Alanday National High School, Tayabas, Quezon. He is our conference co-chair. Let us contribute an immense warm round of virtual applause for Joel and de la Cruz, JD. Yes, sir.
Yes, a pleasant day to each and every one of us. Good morning. Okay, in behalf of Beyond Books publication, we welcome you to the second day of our 2021 Multidisciplinary Research Conference. And to greetings and to our plenary speakers who will join with us for this activity, to our research presenters who will showcase their researches, their respective study in the different fields, to the technical working group who work hard behind this 3-day activity that we have. Then for our participants and to our viewers, good morning to each and every one of us. So COVID-19 pandemic has affected the educational system worldwide, leading to the near total closures of schools, universities, and colleges. This school closures had impact not only the students, teachers, and families, but have far-reaching economic and societal consequences. And in response to this, schools are use distance learning programs and open educational applications and platforms that schools and teachings can use uh, to reach learners remotely and limit this disruption of education. That's why this initiative of Beyond Books publication to organize this kind of activity will help us, the educational community, that uh, the educators in all public and private schools, not only in the Philippines, but also in other countries. It is a good avenue, for every one of us to share our outputs, and in by delivering your the outputs and the findings of the respective studies, and it will greatly contribute to all the aspiring researchers, and who will of course started their researches. With this, we welcome every one of you in this activity, our day 2 of the research conference, and we hope that everyone will get valuable insights, from the sharings of our keynote speakers who are who are esteemed and masters and of their fields. So thank you very much once again, and welcome everyone to our second day of the International Multidisciplinary Research Conference. Sir Lijan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joel and de la Cruz, for welcoming our participants and our speakers. And now I know you're all excited to learn a lot coming from our keynote speakers. And without further ado, let's start with our first keynote speaker. I think she's ready. She is an educator. She's an education expert at Al Azria Mandar University of Teacher Training Education Faculty, West Sulawesi, Indonesia. An international keynote speaker, plenary speaker, and a resource person in Pakistan, India, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Kuwait. The chairman of the Education Faculty's Language Department. She was a public relation director of Women's Center Studies and deputy director of the Quality Assurance Unit in her university. Now she is deputy director of Language Character Development Institute, the deputy secretary of International Society Teachers administrators and research in the Philippines, Nepal, and Thailand. Coordinator of Charles Walters Society and Innovation and Research India Country, Ambassador of Charles Walters Society and Innovation and Research India, and international board professors and experts of Scientific Innovation Research Group, Egypt, honorary member of Lumina Foundation for Integral Human Development, Philippines, member of Standing Committee of eCloud's position International Education Officer, United Kingdom and India, member of Global Trainer Academy, Pakistan, International Ambassador of Peace, World Literary Forum for Peace and Humanities, Bangladesh, executive member of International Global Edu Leaders, India, International Goodwill and Ambassador of Abundance Consulting Academy, Healthy Republic, Benin, Africa, and she is also Assistant Country Director of International Youth Society, United Nations, Nepal, a member of the English Teaching Association as a foreign language in Indonesia, Teplin, member of Lauretta International University, Cambridge, OLLRAN, member of Association for Middle Level Education, member of Lecturer Association of Indonesia, a member of English Lecturer in Indonesia Association. Her interest area of developing instructional material, ICT in education, and cybergogy. Oh, wow. She's great. And to talk about the infused technology in remote learning or hybrid learning environment from the Universitas Al Azria, Mandar, Indonesia. Let us welcome our dear participants, our keynote speaker, Dr. Mutmaina.
Thank you very much. So let's say
So
welcome
much.
to everybody. Thank you to the moderator to introduce or read a little bit my bayonet. And also I want to say thank you to all of the committee, the co-chair, and all of the keynote speaker who are attending in this second day, and also the participants. So good morning from Indonesia. I'm very happy to be here with you today and to share my experience during the COVID-19, and also maybe this is share about the solution or problem solution on education sector. So allow me to share my screen. It is visible.
My friend, if you can maximize.
Yeah. Wait with me. Okay. This is my bayonet. Have actually some of my national and international organizations, and also my research identity, my scopus, my ORCID, my research get over there. So feel free to cite my article. So before I'm talking about my topic today that I want to share you, this is as the background. You know that we are in the COVID-19, and also everything our life will be changing with this condition. I mean that here we will want to talk more about education sector. And also this is some of the data about using or integration of technology in learning and teaching process during the COVID-19. Most of the students, they are not enthusiastic about online learning. This is in Indonesia condition. And maybe this is happening globally. And also in my country, we are, because we are practice physical distancing and the social distancing, most of our physical classroom, we are moving to a virtual classroom, try to use some of the application or the technology to delivering our material. And also this is, I divided into 5 the highlight issue right now that happening on education sector. The first one about injective artificial intelligence in education. We are practice or implementation right now. Our education transformation, we are practice remote teaching, virtual classroom, distance education, and also we must be adapt with the information communication technology culture. This is not easy. And actually, because all of this, we must redesigning again our curriculum. I know Dr. Andy has explained more about research and development yesterday, and also today I want to share to you how to do that in the classroom. And the next, not only about our education, use the technology or artificial intelligence, we must infuse smart digital classroom management right now. Maybe some of the university have LMS, but in my country, for example, in my university, LMS, this is not a maximum to cover all of our activities, our content, our material, for example. And then to infuse more digital classroom management, this is not easy. You know that most of the teachers, they are still have low skill on TPEC, technology, pedagogical content knowledge. This is need a little bit help them how to redesigning the curriculum or the material or the content in fun, enjoyable classroom. I mean that here we must combine between a quantum learning, quantum teaching, and the quantum technology in our classroom management. And also one of the theory that I want to share to you when we are combine or integration technology in our classroom, our virtual classroom, or maybe this is for hybrid or blended learning. This is one of from Wan and Kang, namely cybergogy. The cybergogy, this is not only about how to combine between pedagogy and the technology, but also this is a need to facilitate our students to improve their metacognitive skill or their soft skill. And the last one about this is the happening right now. We are in the global era. We have a digital vaccine. We must understanding what is actually happening right now. This is not about how to teaching by using the technology or something like so many applications, but we need to how to facilitate our students to have namely 21st century skill. They can be communication, creative, collaboration, creative, and collaboration, critical thinking, and creative. This means that we must facilitate them how the ways of thinking right now. They must be creative and innovation, have a creativity and innovation. Mean that here, how right now we are as educators facilitate them to achieve namely the higher of thinking skill based on the Bloom taxonomy. Based on the background and also the issue, I choose my topic today about infused technology in remote learning or hybrid learning environment. And also we will cover today our menu. We are going to discuss about integrating technology into the curriculum, moving to hybrid learning model, and also designing and creating teaching materials. Actually, this is the the breakdown, I want to share to you how to redesign our curriculum based on the research and development methodology. So let me see about the happening right now about the outline about the future of education. And right now we are in education, in the future of education. If you see here, some of the concept, yeah, actually only focus to these three: the learning, the teaching, and the assessment. But right now in the learning, how we are bring out our learning and teaching process into the effective, and then we can be combine some of the method or the approach. Right now, we must use a namely student-centered learning approach. And also technology can support teaching and attainment. And also in the teaching right now, how to designing the activities. Yesterday, Dr. Andy shared to you about the Ganye 9-event interactional design. And also today, I want to share to you how to implementation the Ganye 9-event interactional design into our learning and teaching process. So the next we are going to talk about the theory. This is the theory when we want to combine between technology and the pedagogy. This is namely, I choose one of them. This is from Wang and Kang. Why Wang and Kang? Because Wang and Kang have a three factor that cover when we are use the technology. This is not about actually focus on the cognitive, about how to transfer knowledge, but also this theory actually cover about the how we can help our students to building up their social constructivism in the building up their community, their communication in the virtual community. Like a Facebook, they have a group messenger. Like a WhatsApp, they have a WhatsApp group, and many more. And also, this is consideration about the student of feeling and emotion. Mean that here, when you are designing your classroom with the fun and enjoyable atmosphere, it will be the student have feeling confident, comfortable, and also it will be increase their engagement. I believe when they are engagement increase, it will be more they have a good achievement. This is the theory how to use that cybergogy, mobile gogi into get correlation with the digital pedagogy in the classroom. This is the cybergogy actually cover with how to we facilitate our student about their learning, thinking, behavior, and emotion. And also how they can be used the technology. This is as only a tools for learning, or as educator, this is a tool for teaching. And also how we are right now motivate our students to mobilize their learning habit or learning culture. They can use the technology and have how they are use their some of the application to support their learning. Not only use technology just doing selfie, selfie, or something like that, but they cannot be use all of their device to support their future of their life, the next their life and career. And about the digital pedagogy, why this is digital pedagogy? Actually, we know that the pedagogy we are right now in on education sector have an eminent pedagogy innovation. And also the digital pedagogy, this is the use of the contemporary technology. But there are so many problems when we want to integration the technology in our curriculum. This is the intersection between pedagogy and the technology. We know we know that the technology, this is available 24 hour, and it is we can be accessed anytime, anywhere. And the intersection between pedagogy and the technology, this is about the system. In Indonesia, the infrastructure of ICT is very low, not support with the good quality of the, namely here, the ICT infrastructure. So in another side, we must integration the technology in our education. So how we can do that? And then one of the solution by use research and development. So let me show you here why we can, how today, right now, we facilitate our student with the 21st century skill, and also to achieve the host of the higher of thinking skill based on the Bloom taxonomy. This is the digital pedagogy or the pedagogy well. Maybe some of the student or the educator under stress right now. Why we must use so many technology, so many application, we must combine. For example, we use WhatsApp for communication, use Padlet for discussion, and also use a mind mapping for create our idea, and also use Canva or to designing our PPT. Because not all of the technology support, I mean that here, the technology, this is, you can be used the right technology, for example, to facilitate them. For example, in remember and understanding, you can choose the action. You can ask your student to recognize or describe, and the activities, you can ask them to create the mind mapping and the right technology. For example, by using Google, or you can ask them to Googling. And in another, when you wanted to ask them to apply, this is still lower thinking skill. You can ask your student to demonstrate, giving the demonstration, or the contract their a new concept. So the activities that will be help them to get what is namely here apply in this Bloom taxonomy. For example, by doing the activities interviewing or journaling or drawing or manipulate. And this is the tools that you can be used. So many tools here, but if this not not familiar with your student, you can choose the familiar tools based on your student condition. For example, in my classroom right now, when we are use Zoom, the student have many complaints because the internet connection unstable in some many areas of my students. So the familiar and the good tools maybe just only by using WhatsApp. So we cannot be used WhatsApp. This is just example in my condition. And also, right now in our curriculum, we need to integration the technology. But when the way we are teaching, we are still use the conventional method. We are not integration the technology. Yeah, you can see here, we wrap them up tomorrow. That's why we are now how to designing our curriculum, our material, and moving to the hybrid learning model. This is, I know all of us, we are agree, we are know about the concept of the hybrid when we are combining between the face-to-face and also an online, and by using the technology or some of application to help our students to achieve namely the Bloom taxonomy. And right now, not only about the model or the environment we are designing to be in hybrid environment, but we are as educator, we must be becoming a hybrid teacher. How to do that, the hybrid teacher? This is about how to use the technology, and we must increase or improve our competence, and we must able to do how to support student deep learning. Deep learning too, yeah, namely they will be have facilitate them with the critical thinking, and also represent ideas in powerful ways, organize productive learning process, evaluate. We must evaluate about the impact of our teaching process, for example, in one semester. And the teacher competent as educator, we must develop, we must know about our student, what about their condition, what they want, what they need, and what is actually the skill that they need and wanted to develop their skill. Mean that here, we must analyze them and then we are design before we are design our curriculum. And we must know about the learning condition. We know about the subject, our teaching material, and we have a competent in assessment. So this is not only educator, as a teacher, we must becoming to hybrid a teacher or becoming a digital teacher. And also we must support and facilitate our students to becoming a digital learner. Why this is a very important? Because in the curriculum, in learning and teaching process, this is not about the teacher, not about educator, but this is about how to facilitate our student to achieve to achieve, I mean that here the learning outcome. This is some of the platform that can be help you as educator to improve your knowledge about learning and teaching by using the technology. In Indonesia, we have platform namely Spada. This is from our ministry. You can use, for example, Coursera, EdWeb. Yeah, this is some of the map that you can be used when you wanted to improve your student, for example, skill, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and then you can choose the right technology. Most of these use social media like Facebook, Pinterest, some of them, Blogger. And also this is for media literacy, technology literacy, flexibility and adaptability. Yeah, so many here the skill we can be mean that here mostly underline into the soft skill. This is the soft skill. You can use, for example, here virtual reality. This is Philippine virtual reality. You can use this platform to designing your material based on this application. Not only a virtual reality, we have here artificial intelligence in teaching English. For example, in my classroom, I facilitate with the student, with my student, with this is their artificial intelligence friend, Evibot, Mitsuku, or Replica. And now, after we know the condition today, we know that most of the students, they are, yeah, for right now, they are after another, you need to be before you designing and creating your teaching material, you must understanding about your student condition. This is, for example, before we are going to designing based on the research and development methodology. This is the data from January, most of in the global, this is the social platform in the world by using Facebook or YouTube. And also in Indonesia condition, most of the people in Indonesia by, yeah, this is the familiar social social media that they use in everyday, yeah, YouTube. The highest is YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. So again, watching online videos by using YouTube, most of the people in Indonesia familiar with YouTube. So many about YouTube. So right now, when we know the condition, the characteristic of our people or our student right now, they are familiar YouTube. So how to designing our material based on YouTube, movie, or film. When you wanted to designing all of them, a video, a film, as your material in your classroom, this is one of the theories supporting use a film in your classroom, namely edutainment, entertainment, and education. You can use game, you can use a movie, a commercial advertising, and many more. So not only about by using film, after we know the condition of our student, maybe by using film or by using a picture or some of the graphic, for example, come back again with your student condition. For example, this is one of the instructional model based on the research and development methodology, namely Assure. Actually, Dr. Randy have explained about Assure. This is integration with the Gagne 9-event instructional design. So, well, what is actually Assure? Assure, this is the acronym from Analyze Learner, State the Objective, Select Method, Media, and Material, Utilize Media Material, Require Learner Participation, and the last, or the end of the semester, you can evaluate. So, let me show you about the Assure. This is on the level of research and development based on the yesterday Dr. MD explanation. This is level 4. You are you can designing your material, your product of your education. For example, I want to share to you how to designing the material for the course book, and also I use Gagne 9-event instructional design in our activity. So before we are going to designing our material, the first thing we must do, you can analyze your student condition. What is actually their general characteristic, their learning style? For example, in my classroom, they are visual, they are like a film. So this is maybe the one solution to designing material by using a video or film. And after that, after you analyze your questionnaire, after you ask them interview, by using the interview, you can set the objective. Yeah, the learning outcome. This is about the what is actually their skill to facilitate them how to achieve this is the learning outcome. And after you set the objective, you can select the method, the media, and the material. In this my presentation, I will show you how to select one of the method by using the problem, the project-based learning approach, and also the media, by using a video or film. And also utilize media material in the classroom. We must prepare the environment. And also when we want to require learner participation, we can engage them with the discussion. And also in the last of the semester, you can evaluate or reflection all of them. So this is the example, the blueprint of the syllabus here that I mentioned to you before by using project-based learning approach. This is by Jen Piesa or John Dewey. And also in the activities, we are used, namely here, the Gagne 9-event instructional design, and also how to achieve the blend taxonomy, all of them in one meeting. So let me show you about this is the mini lesson plan. This is the project-based learning phase or step, and this is the Gagne, and this is the Bloom, and this is the digital tools that you can be implementation when you want to cover all of this in your classroom. This is, for example, project-based learning in the context. You can driving question and need to know what about the student choice and voice. In the Gagne, this is you can introduce the new topic. You ask them how to introduce the new concept. I mean that what is actually the novelty of your material. And the next, you can informing the learning outcome, and you can reconnecting between previous and new information. You can explain or giving the quiz before you are going to presenting your material. in this phase or in this category, you just still ask your this is still in the remembering and understanding phase based on the Bloom taxonomy. Yeah, the digital tools, you can choose one of them. For example, to ask them to Googling, finding in Google. So the next, in the discuss, you can ask your student to discuss, presenting or demonstration their performance in the virtual classroom. Yeah, it will be by using a recording because we are still practicing, for example, by social distancing or physical distancing. But maybe for the next, when we are in the hybrid environment, they will be presenting or demonstration in the front of the classroom, in the front of their friend. And this is, they will be present the new content. You can ask your student what is actually the novelty that they are finding based on your material or your concept. You must help them to discuss. You facilitate and train them to discuss how to finding the new thing. And also you provide the learning activities. For example, you can check and recheck their understanding. In this category, based on the Bloom, applying and analyzing, a little bit still lower thinking skill, and you are going to the higher of thinking skill. And the digital tools that can be used to discuss, for example, here, or to present the content by using Padlet or using blog. And the last one, in the share, before you are closing your material, you can ask your student or giving the feedback. And then this is evaluating and creating. You can ask them to, maybe video, they record their summary and their summary by using TikTok, for example, or by using their familiar based on their device on their smartphone, maybe by using the camera or the video. So after we are know right now about our student condition, and also we have our syllabus, we have our lesson plan until the assignment, you can create your classroom here. For example, by using this application. Yeah, this is the articulate, and this is the content. This is the content. You can add your content. You can all of them. You can building up your material in this upload it. You have in this platform. Not only that, you can use Lectera Inspire, for example. And this is my example of my material when I developing my material based on my student condition. Most of them, they are like the material by using a film and song. Some of them choose poem, novel, and story. This is based on the questionnaire, the instrument. So well, this is the example of my student Padlet. Let me show you here about how to developing the material by using a film. This is the example of the film. And then Ganyan 9 even interactional model, I break down into 5 phases here: warm up, presenting, practice, production, and evaluation. And also all of these activities help and facilitate our students to achieve the higher of thinking skill or based on the Bloom taxonomy. Let me show you one by one. In the warm up, this is you can before you ask your student to watching the movie, you can instruct them to understand about the robot, about the film, about the robot or the technology. This is still in the understanding category. While they are watching this movie, this film like this, you ask them to remember the film chronology. Film mean that here the content of this film. And also the next, you can ask them in the presenting, you can ask them to create their brainstorming or mind mapping by use mind master application. For example, they will be discussed and analyzed. Sorry, this is they will be analyzed the topic, the content about technology or robots, and then they will be discussed about what is actually the mandate of the film. The mandate means that here the content of the film. This is the film talk about robot, talk about the technology, and maybe this is you can adapt based on what is actually your subject. And the last, the student will write a composition or summary, and also they will be presenting or demonstration what is actually they have the new concept based on from this film. And the last, the student will answer the question based on the film. And also this is my classroom, for example. I use a film in the classroom. They are watching the film and then use their smartphone and the material available in the smartphone. Yeah, they are having fun here. They are engaged in the classroom. They are more active, discuss. For example, this is in the discussion. Yeah. And also not only in the classroom, most of them, they cannot be, when I ask them, what about the outdoor? This is the example, outdoor study. So what about, yeah, you know, Indonesia, my country, we are in the developing countries. So many area in Indonesia, they don't have device and internet connection. But we can teach them by using the local technology. For example, in this is my friend, they are developing the material by using this, the media, by using sarung. Not only that, we can be combined with gamification in the outdoor. This is for example. I mean that here, the technology, this is only the tools. We can use them to make our learning and teaching process more practical, effective, and efficient. But the key point is based on us, how we are designing our material, our activities to achieve the learning outcome. So thank you for listening to me and having me today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mutmaina. The information you've imparted was indeed noteworthy. The communication channels will surely come to an understanding to the learners' nuts and bolts in their education. It will enable them in their roadway, the areas of improvement, strategically necessary in their technical requirements and prospective solutions in dealing with their skill, concept, proficiency, accuracy, conditions, and performance. And you deserve a big, warm, round virtual applause. Once again, thank you so much for imparting such knowledge coming from you, Madam, and our friend from Indonesia. Thank you so much. And now to present or to award the certificate of appreciation. Doc Mai, please. I'll read the citation. Beyond Books Publication, Makabebe, Pampanga, Philippines, 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference would like to present this certificate of recognition to Dr. Mutmaina for sharing her time and expertise as a keynote speaker in the 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference with the theme crossing beyond digital borders amidst emerging paradigms by Zoom, given this 9th day of April 2021, signed by the conference co-chair Joel N. De La Cruz and the president CEO of Beyond Books Publishing, Dr. Leonilo B. Capulso. Our dear participants, our team, let's give a hand for Dr. Mutmaina.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Sir
much.
LJ, if
Yes, sir.
while our plenary speakers are in, can we have one group pictures while our all plenary speakers are here? And we ask our participants and plenary session chairs to please open their cameras
Yes.
while
Once again,
while our plenary speakers are still here. Thank you, so that we
thank you
have
so much.
at least a souvenir picture with our plenary speakers. Thank you very much. Anyone can also take their screenshot and then let's just share in our group. Okay, from my end, I will take one. Let's have a smile. Two. One more because we have 2 panes. We will include the other group. Okay, one more. 1, 2. Okay, thank you. Sir LJ, you can proceed.
Much. And now let us proceed to our next keynote speaker. Our next keynote speaker is from Alexandria, Egypt, a global educator expert, works at Microsoft, innovative educator expert, an English teacher at Mustafa Kemal Secondary School for Boys, and studied Faculty of Education English Department at Alexandria University. And to talk about the effects of COVID-19 on the education in the Arab world, Ministry of Education, Sultanate of Oman. Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Mahmoud Musen. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm so pleased to be among you today. Briefly, I will introduce myself. I'm Mahmoud Mohsen. I'm an English teacher. I'm a global educator expert for Microsoft since 2013. I'm a master trainer since 2014. I'm Egyptian, but I work and live in Sultanate of Oman. Today, I will talk about the education during the COVID-19 in the Arab world. I'm sorry I didn't prepare something like Sway or PowerPoint or something like this because it's short points. I will talk briefly in points about what is doing now in the Arab countries. Okay? As in many parts of the world, all schools in the Arab region are closed. This affects almost 100 million children between 5 and 17 years. In some countries, the closure of school coincides with holidays. In others, this is not the case. For now, it's not clear whether the school will open in 2 weeks or 2 months. The longer the time children are not in school, the bigger the risk that they lose their interest in learning. forget what they learned before, and may not go back when school reopened. Most ministers have responded rapidly and made curriculum available online or are broadcasting through TV or radio. In many countries, priority is given to accessing materials for exam classes. It may not always be easy to understand the subject offered without clear explanations by teachers. There are a lot of resources available that provide additional explanation or information. These resources can also be used in case materials linked to national curriculum are not yet available. Once the current pandemic is under control, schools will reopen. It's important that schools will then be healthy places that protect children from exposure to new health hazards. This will require investment in wash facilities, basic hygiene materials, as well as hygiene education. Schools also need to be prepared to address learning gaps children may have depends on the time schools have been closed. For that, it's important to access where children are in their learning and build in opportunities to catch up. In addition, schools and systems need to be prepared for recurrent events of this nature. This includes preparing teachers for home-based teaching and student support. While a lot of efforts are made to ensure children remain engaged in learning, using modern technologies, this may not be enough to reach all. In most countries, free reliable online access is not universal. The COVID-19 crisis affects the learning of vulnerable children the most, including children with disabilities. From here, I hope, and all the world's hope, for this pandemic to finish and children, students come back to school again, schools reopen again, because a lot of laws happened already for education in the Arab world. Thank you for listening. It's all what I want to say. Thank you for your time. I'm so pleased today to be among you. I hope to re-collaborate in other conferences. Thank you from Oman. Mahmoud Mohsen with you. Yes?
Hello.
Yes. I'm giving only a brief description, explanation of what happened already in the last year from the COVID-19 start and until now. It's only brief because I'm preparing myself for 10 minutes. So I hope to give you good explanation. And Mike with you now.
Shukran, Mahmoud Musen. Thank you so much for partaking backs to the effects of
Welcome,
current
sir.
situation.
Welcome, sir. Welcome,
The
sir.
effects of pandemic, just
it's all
not
my
only in the
pleasure to
Arab
be with you.
countries, and I can hear a lot of news coming from the Arab countries, and I've been from one of the Arab countries, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and
Yes.
you know, when we are talking about the education, I think this resulted in dealing with the bigger risk that they lose their interest in learning. That's what you've said, and good enough, the ministries and the government in other countries have responded rapidly and made
Yes.
in your country, made curriculum available online, or are broadcasting in radio or TV. I think that's the modality that they use in your country, right? Thank you so much for imparting such knowledge and giving us an update with regards to the situation in the Arab country. Shukran, Wajid Shukran
Welcome,
Sadiq.
sir. It's my pleasure to be with you.
And of course, to award the certificate to our keynote speaker. May we request Doc Myra to please present the certificate. Let me read the citation once again. Beyond Books Publication, Macabebe, Pampanga, Philippines, 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference would like to present this certificate of recognition to our friend Mahmoud Musen for sharing his time and expertise as a keynote speaker in the 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference with the theme Crossing Beyond Digital Borders Amidst Emerging Paradigms by Zoom, given this night, the day of April 2021, signed by the conference co-chair Joel and de la Cruz and the president CEO of Beyond Books Publishing, Dr. Leonilo B. Capulso. Our dear friends, all our participants and the team, let's give a hand once again for Mahmoud Musen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I think our next keynote speaker is ready. I've seen her. Our next keynote speaker is a global educator, a STEM instructor, and ICT teacher trainer in Greece. She has a postgraduate degree in language teaching related to cognitive neurosciences, and she is also a passionate researcher on cognitive psychology, cognitive neurosciences, and neuroeducation. Currently, she is a STEM instructor at the Greek Astronomy and Space Company, Annex of Salamis, and she's also working at the Greece Ministry of Education at the Directorate of Educational Technology and Innovation, where she writes STE projects for Greek schools. She has been awarded many national and international prizes, so far 60, and she's a Global Teacher Award 2020 AKS Awards winner at Global Teacher Prize finalist 2019 Barkey Foundation. Recently, she has been selected as a Global Icon 2020 featured in Fashion Vista magazine and among the 100 successful women in business featured in an Amazon book. She promotes STEM vision by introducing STEM in astronomy and physics projects and combines STEM with language teaching. She is the founder and international coordinator of 5 innovative international projects that focus on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals described in the 2030 Agenda. She is also an author of scientific books for kids. Furthermore, she is a social activist, a global peace ambassador, and ambassador of the Economical Delphic Union. She is also a part of the educational committee of the Ecumenical Delphic Union in collaboration with Harvard University. She has received 2 humanitarian awards, and many peace awards from the international humanitarian organizations. Recently, she became International Ambassador of Volunteerism and Education of the Greek Academy of Volunteerism and Education Help Hellas. She's the president for Greece of International RX and Access to Human Rights International. Chairperson for Greece of Ladies of All Nations International, International Executive Member of Global Edu Leaders Forum, Honorary Ambassador of Charles Walter Society for Innovation and Research, Education Ambassador and member of the International Organization of Education and Research Incorporated. IOER Ambassador of the National Education Policy 2020 of India, NEP 2020 International Advisor of the South Asian Institute of Advanced Research and Development, Center for Peace Advocacy and Sustainable Development, K-12 Digest Magazine, International Youth Society, Global Peace Councils, and a mentor of 100 Mentors Platform. She is also country head of LEAD, Philippines of World Voice International, and Academic Development for Global Leadership in Education. She's also a social activist, a Global Peace Ambassador, and Executive Director in Education of Forum Plus 36 Peace and Unity. She's an editorial board member of many journals. She has presented
Buy one, take one.
in numerous international conferences and e-conferences, and she has published work various journals. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear participants, to talk about connecting environmental and STEM education, GTV finalist STEM teacher in Athens, Greece, let us welcome and give a virtual applause for
Hello to all
Ranaya
participants.
Lampu. Wow, Mom, that was great. I really admire you. Thank you so much for providing your time, for giving us your time. And now you may start your talk. Thank you so much.
So hello to all participants from Greece. It's a great honor and pleasure to participate in this enriching conference. So today, nowadays, the current crisis invites us to discuss sustainable innovation or environmental innovation as a basis for a new socio-educational as well as techno-economic paradigm. So today we're going to explore some aspects of the environmental education or education for sustainable development and how this could be combined with STEM education, since I strongly believe that STEM is the future of education. And in the second part, I'm going to present you the brand new project I designed for Greek primary schools and that will be launched by the Greek Ministry of Education the next academic year. And it's called SOS, We're Changing the Earth's Climate. So can I share my screen, my presentation?
Yes, Mom, you can share it.
So is it visible?
My friends, we can see it.
Okay. So environmental education is grounded in the belief that if individuals learn how to make informed decisions, they will do so. Environmental education is further rooted in the belief that humans can live compatibly with nature and act equitably toward each other. Another fundamental belief is that people can make informed decisions that consider future generations and reflect changing circumstances. So environmental education aims for a democratic, inclusive society in which effective, environmentally literate community members possess a sense of empowerment and agency and participate with creativity and responsibility. Ultimately, Ensuring environmental literacy is a vital societal goal and must play an integral role throughout educational systems, national, state, provincial, and in every classroom. So an environmental education framework is necessary because it could offer a vision of environmental education that makes sense within educational systems and promote progress towards sustaining a healthy environment and the quality of life. What about environmental literacy? It depends on learners' ability to ask questions, speculate, and hypothesize about the world around them, seek information, and develop answers to the questions. So learners must be familiar with inquiry, master fundamental skills for gathering and organizing information, and interpret and synthesize information to develop and communicate explanations. It includes a set of skills, such as questioning, analysis, and interpretation skills. Questioning, designing investigations, collecting information, evaluating accuracy and reliability, organizing and analyzing information, working with models and simulations, and drawing conclusions and developing explanations. It also includes environmental processes and systems. It's dependent on the understanding of the processes systems that comprise the environment, including human social systems and influences. So students develop an understanding of how changes in one system, for example, hydrosphere, atmosphere, a biosphere, results in changes in another. They develop an understanding of how human activities affect environmental quality and long-term sustainability at local, national, and global levels. And we have also a set of skills for understanding and addressing. Skills and knowledge are refined and applied in the context of environmental issues at varying scales. Environmental literacy includes the abilities to define, learn about, evaluate, and act on environmental issues. Students investigate environmental issues, consider evidence and differing viewpoints, evaluate proposed action plans, including likely effectiveness in specific environmental, cultural, social, and economic contexts. They analyze the intended and unintended consequences of their own actions and actions taken by other individuals and groups, including long-term environmental, social, and economic implications for sustainability. And these skills are grouped in two subcategories. Skills for analyzing and investigating environmental issues, such as identifying, investigating, sorting out the consequences of the issues, identifying and critiquing alternative solutions and courses of action, working with flexibility, creativity, and openness. And the second category is decision-making, forming and evaluating personal views, evaluating the need for action, planning and taking action, evaluating the results of actions. So we're talking here about personal and civic responsibility, because environmentally literate community members are willing and able to act on their own conclusions about what should be done to ensure environmental quality, social equity, and economic prosperity. And as learners develop and apply concept-based learning and skills for inquiry, as we said before, analysis and action, they also understand that what they do individually and in groups can make a difference. So we see here some skills: recognizing rights and responsibilities, recognizing efficacy and developing agency, accepting personal responsibility. Environmental education has been a part of the curriculum in the Western world, in the Western educational systems for decades, but the paradigms are mostly ecocentric or anthropocentric. We see that environmental issues are often undertaken in an incidental or fragmented manner. Therefore, we need a more comprehensive approach. Environmental problems require an interdisciplinary or integrated approach. Students should be involved, for example, in a local or in a habitat, for example, a forest, a park, a stream, in the effort to develop awareness and concern for the environment. So it is important for students to learn how important it is to adopt lifestyles that respect the environmental resources. What about education for sustainable development? Sustainability is an important factor because it ensures that future generations have the same amount of well-being. Therefore, it is very important to place emphasis on efficiency and prevention of waste of resources. And you see here how sustainable development is defined is development that meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So sustainability consists of many parameters such as conservation of capital, stability of system. The aim of this education for sustainable development is, of course, to empower people to participate in shaping a sustainable future. And this requires a reorientation of current education systems. And this should develop individual values, knowledge, skills, and competencies for sustainable living and participation in society. It is characterized by contextually and locally relevant learning. And although there is no universal model of education for sustainable development, there is a broad agreement on the characteristics of such education. What are these characteristics? That it should be interdisciplinary, a holistic approach, value-driven. It should promote critical thinking, problem solving, include a variety of learning and teaching methods, and encourage participation and collaboration. It also should reflect all three dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental. So sustainable development must be the guiding principle both in the daily life of education institutions and in long-term planning. This requires everyone at schools and the universities, teachers, researchers, adults, educators, parents, and community representatives to discuss how to best direct activities in order to support the development of a sustainable society. This presupposes, of course, that school and university regulations and curricula support such development. So it is also important here for educators to realize the importance of ethics, environmental education, and in STEM education. We're going to talk about STEM now. Ethics can be incorporated into STEM education through the use of well-formulated questions and discussion. So according to UNESCO, many of the most important ethical predicaments the world community is facing today arise in connection with science, in scientific research, and the development and application of new technologies. However, even when teachers feel confident and motivated to teach from an ethics perspective, they frequently face implementation obstacles in the classroom. So what is STEM education? Why it is important? STEM education focus on inquiry and student-led investigations through open-ended real-life problems and hands-on activities, empowering students to become out-of-the-box thinkers and creators. So it involves critical thinking always, problem solving authentic problems, and also what we call computational thinking. It reflects the 4 C's, as we call the 4 competencies of the 21st century skill: critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, and communication. And what are the characteristics of STEM students? They are problem solvers, they're innovators, inventors, self-reliant, logical thinkers, and technologically literate. STEM provides students with confidence and competence to function effectively as informed citizens that can participate in democratic civic decision-making. And these skills, such as critical thinking, creativity, communication, are necessary for people to deal with modern life complex situations. So these need to be developed in people from an early age, if it's possible in the preschool age. Very recently, we have incorporated art in the acronym STEM. So we have STEM, and STEM is an educational disciplinary approach that aims to promote research spirit, logical thinking, social skills. We need to place emphasis on the exploratory and empirical discovery learning, autonomy, and active participation of students. And it's also important, STEM incorporates arts, as we said before. We see 3 top terms: explore. Students need time with each other of their senses to examine and manipulate objects, to identify and solve problems independently. Collaborate. Why collaborate? Because it is hard, even for adults, to admit that someone else may have a better idea or a way of solving a problem. So educators need to teach this. And at an early age, collaborating, cooperation, critical thinking, problem solving, essential skills that children need endless opportunities to master. Improve. Why? In a STEM atmosphere, reaching a goal is only one step. Students need to be taught that failure is important, mistake is important, even with success comes room for improvement. And why art and science? it's important to highlight how arts could make the science more complete and what we can learn and take from arts that might improve the teaching and learning of science. Art and science are often seen as two oppositional disciplines with very separate ideas. However, they are not so disparate because they both require careful observation, intuition, inspiration, passion, dedication, and discipline, and both can inspire each other. And it is surprising that the most important element of research and research networking is creative thinking. Art and shapes and science shape future, and culture shapes how individuals judge the world. So art and science complete each other. STEM education would be based on interventions by students with the purpose of providing resolutions to environmental problems. So the objective of these direct action interventions is either to maintain or to upgrade an ecosystem. For example, this action could include roping off areas along the schoolyard that have been damaged or destroyed by foot traffic, or planting native plants to control erosion. So we can see here, before I present you my new project, some best practices all around the world, combining environmental education. For example, in El Paso community, in 6th grade, students measure temperature changes in ambient air and to understand the greenhouse effect and the foundation of climate change. They create public service announcement about the climate issues for the school news channel and their families. Students in 7th grade use scientific databases about cities with high air pollution levels to examine the relation between income, education, and health. El Paso is located in an area where inversions occur and a brown-gray haze often hangs over the city. So in the 8th grade, students explore causes of thermal inversions and use data sources to find the major pollution sources affecting local air quality. Applying scientific data helps students understand how actions in the USA affect neighboring Mexico and develop solutions to improve regional air quality. Another best practice is happening with the project what we call Green Schools Project Learning Trees, which inspires students to improve the environment at their school, at home, in their community. Student-led green teams apply STEM and save schools money. How? There are students who lead the way always. There are 5 hands-on student-driven investigations that provide the blueprint for green teams to examine their school's energy use, waste and recycling, water consumption, school site, environmental quality, and establishing benchmarks. They do an energy investigation. Students investigate how much energy the school uses, the main sources of that energy, and ways to implement energy saving strategies. Environmental quality investigation, students investigate areas where improvements can be made in indoor air quality, transportation, chemical use. They investigate how much waste their school generates and where it goes, as well as recycling and composting efforts. They investigate the source, cost, and quality of their school's water supply and other ways to enhance current conservation practices. And then the third one is about what we call in Canada, a program is called Bridging the Gap, brings together environmental science and Aboriginal concepts of stewardship and gives 4th grade students from inner city students the opportunity to visit local natural areas. Aboriginal leaders advisors are an integral part of this program, each bringing their own unique beliefs and knowledge to the program and maintaining an important link between past and present generations. So one Bridging the Gap field trip offers a full outdoor habitat study in which students visit 3 habitats in Winnipeg that are accessible by public transportation. And the study of each habitat is divided into 3 sections, beginning with discussion with an Aboriginal elder, followed by a hike, concluded with a recording of information into data booklets. Why stewardship implies accepting responsibility for the future of the planet. When we connect with the place we live, we can conceive of ourselves as a part of it and not separate from the earth, because this affects both our conscious and unconscious actions, inevitably shapes our interactions with the environment. So, as you said before during my introduction, I am the founder of 5, the national project that are implemented in Africa and Asia, based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And this project has so far received almost 60 awards. So recently, I wrote a new project which will be launched by the Greek Ministry of Education. It's addressed it's addressed to primary school students, and it's called SOS, We Are Changing the Earth's Climate. Why it's original? Because it combines environmental education, STEM education, and arts. The duration of the program is 4 weeks, 2 hours per week, and it is actually an interdisciplinary STEM project that aims to raise awareness, children's awareness of the climate change that has been observed in recent decades in the world. The project focuses on 5 out of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, such as quality education, sustainable cities and communities, climate action, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So children will learn about the climatic zones of the Earth, the natural factors that determine the climate of a place, will get acquainted with the various ways in which humans intentionally or unintentionally affect the Earth's environment, especially its climate. And in this way, children will realize their own involvement and responsibility towards climate problems, and they will cultivate their creativity to find solutions for a world without environmental problems. So through these activities of the program, students will have the opportunity to experiment, to create and collaborate, utilizing experiential, exploratory discovery learning methods, collaborative approach, using digital tools, and deep computational thinking. Teachers and students will be able to solve authentic problems and express themselves at the same time artistically. So on the level of knowledge-related objectives, students will learn about the factors that influence Earth's climate, understand that there are natural and anthropogenic factors that affect climate on Earth, approach the solutions proposed by scientists. On another level, we have skills-related objectives that students will get involved in authentic problem-solving processes. They will strengthen their environmental awareness. They will develop the critical thinking on environmental issues. They will cultivate their creativity through STEAM activities. And also, we have another level, the level of attitude, because students will be able to be aware of human interventions that negatively affect the Earth's climate. They will understand how important it is to find solutions to the Earth's environmental problems, to comprehend that solutions can also come from non-environmentalists to try and think of ways to protect the Earth's climate. Realize that we all have the responsibility to protect the Earth's climate. And we can see some example of activities that I suggest. There are some experiments to simulate weather phenomena that occur in Greece and other places, measurements of temperature, pressure, and other weather parameters with tools such as thermometers, barometers, rain gauges, etc. They could build also a mini meteorological station. There are also references to the ancient Greek myths and oral traditions about the time, the artistic activities, arts and crafts. So finally, I think that this is a project that highlights environmental issues, informs and sensitizes teachers and students about the phenomenon of climate change, and cultivates the concept of active citizenship. Through this program, students are encouraged to deal systematically with scientific environmental issues from an early age, thus enhancing their social sensitivity, ecological consciousness, and their environmental responsibility. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any question, I am at your disposal.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Rania Lamfu, our a multi-awarded educator friend from Athens, Greece, and ambassadors of goodwill, I may say. The areas of your discussion was incontestably appropriate and significant. It will assuredly attend the needs of the humanity. It will enable a person, or should I say, the new generations, particularly the learners. They'll be more accountable and will be given a sense of intervention, which they can analyze the consequence of their own actions, particularly in our surroundings, in our environment. Your apprehension and headlong observation to the quality of life was notable and sustainable. thank you so much for imparting your knowledge, and to our participants. It will be a great help to all the humanities in this world that matters and farms. Thank you so much. And now let us present our certificate to our
Jipte, ikaw
speaker.
man ang ari ti. Ikaw man ang ari dire. Abi imo ka na.
And before awarding the certificate to our 3 keynote speakers, thank you so much. And now let us present the certificate. Beyond Books Publication 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference would like to present the certificate of recognition to Ms. Renee Lampo for sharing her time and expertise as a keynote speaker in the 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference with the theme Crossing Beyond the Digital Borders Amidst Emerging Paradigms, given this 9th day of April 2021, signed by the conference co-chair Joel N. de la Cruz and the president, CEO of Beyond Books Publishing, Dr. Leonilo B. Capulso. Our dear participants, dear team, help me in giving a hand or a big warm round virtual applause to our keynote speaker, Ms. Ranay Lampu. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my experiences and, and my thoughts.
It is really an interesting discussion. You know, I'm really engaged with the environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Rania. Congratulations for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lenila Capulso, for your invitation. I'm very honored.
And now, in behalf of our master teacher from Sukad National High School, one of the technical working group of Beyond Books Publishing and this conference, may I present, Doc Mai, I would like to present this PowerPoint. And I'll be reading the criteria for judging for the best abstract paper and best presenter. Just a minute. That's it. Sorry for the technical problem. Once again, thank you so much, our keynote speakers from Oman, Egypt. Oman, I think he's from Egypt, from Indonesia and Greece. And now for the best research paper evaluation form. Read it. Yeah. Originality weighing 40%. This includes the original ideas in the study and how it advances the previous research in this area. Originality of contribution to the existing knowledge with an emphasis on the papers. Innovativeness in both theory, development, and methodology used in this study. And that is 40%. Next, the significance impact of the work, weighing 30%. Does this work make any significant practical contributions? The impact of this research in work, the economy, the society. Quality of argument weighing 20%, quality of arguments incorporating critical analysis of concepts, theories, and findings, consistency and coherency of debate. Writing style weighing 10%, quality of a writing style in terms of accuracy, clarity, readability, organization, and formatting of the paper. That's it. Thank you so much. And now let us acknowledge the technical working group of Beyond Books Publishing and the conference. Doc Mai. Thank you so much to the technical working group. Sir Jabin, please present the PowerPoint, or Doc Mai. Yeah. Thank you so much. To all the technical working group, I will not be mentioning your name po. Thank you so much for your support to this 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference. You deserve a virtual applause. And later after this, there will be an announcement on how to transfer on the session halls. So wag po tayo kagad aalis. We will be guided by the ICT, or the technical working group, headed by Ma'am Yvette, Ma'am Myra, and Sir Jeben. And of course, yours truly later will be guided. And now, for the announcement of the day 3 activity, program, and flow, let's have the master teacher of Buenaventura Alanday National High School, Tayabas, Quezon, the conference co-chair, Joel N. De La Cruz. Sir Joel.
Sir LJ, permission to speak prior to Attorney Joel, just some announcement prior to the
Yes,
day
sir.
3. Announcement to all our plenary session chairs, our judges. Please remind our presenters that all the papers they have presented via recorded video or submitted paper have an option to be published in our International Journal of Advanced Studies, or IJAMS. Our third issue will be released by June. So to those presenters, to those papers submitted in this conference, you have an option to have it published in an International Journal of Advanced Multidisciplinary Studies. So if you are interested to have it published internationally, this is indexed in National Library of the Philippines. Just coordinate with your session chairs, parallel session chairs, and other judges for that matter. Those papers which were not presented can still be published in our international journal. Just coordinate with our editorial board. So once again, thank you very much. Now, Attorney Joel is being acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Capulso. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Capulso for making me a part of this conference and other activities. Thank you so much. You really deserve a round of applause. Of course, this event will not be possible without you. Now let us proceed to Sir Joel, Attorney Joel, please.
Okay, so good morning once again to everyone. So thank you very much to our keynote speakers for this morning. We have Dr. Mutmaina from the Universitas Al Azharia, Mandar, Indonesia, who discussed the topic on infused technology in remote learning or hybrid learning environment. And we have also Sir Mahmoud Mohsen from the Ministry of Education in the Sultanate of Oman, who shared with us the topic on the effect of COVID-19 on the education in the Arab world. And we have Professor Mam Rania Lampu from Athens, Greece, who shared with us her topic, connecting environmental and STEM education. We at the Beyond Box Publications are grateful for having this well-esteemed keynote speakers and for sharing with us valuable insights that are really beneficial to all educators here in the Philippines and the rest of the world. So for the day 3 activity, so we will have our awarding ceremony for the Global Leaders in Educators Award. So this will be tomorrow, April 10 at 1 p.m. To 5:30 p.m. So, but before I will present the flow of program for tomorrow's activity, may I remind the presenters for the plenary or for the parallel session this morning to please change your Zoom name so that the IT team will link you to your parallel session. And we also want to request the presenters to prepare their 10-minute abstract presentation for purposes of the question and answer, so that our session chairs together with the judges will determine the best abstract paper, and this will be, or the winners for this event will be announced also during the awarding ceremony tomorrow. So for parallel sessions 6 and 7 this morning, and for parallel sessions 8 and 9 this afternoon, so we will be having the awarding ceremony and the awarding of the certificate of presentations to all our presenters tomorrow. So we are inviting all presenters, our research presenters for day 1 and 2 to join with us for tomorrow's event. And then for our activity tomorrow, April 10, we will have first the preliminaries for the morning. We will be joined by our undersecretary who will grace the activity, and together with one esteemed and multi-awarded speaker also who will join with us in the event for awarding ceremony for Global Leaders and Educators Award. So for the program, tomorrow we will start at 1 p.m. at Philippine Standard Time. So all our awardees are requested to visit the Beyond Books Publication FB page to see your names per category of the award. So our program is already posted in the FB page, so that everyone will be guided on the flow of the awards. So it will be for all our leaders all over the world and the educators to be recognized and for the exemplary contribution in their field and to the academic community. So once again, thank you very much to all our plenary speakers, presenters, and participants for this 3-day activity. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And also would like to take this opportunity. Thank you so much for always guiding us. And also this event will not be possible without you, Dr. Attorney Joel Lacros. Palakpakan po natin. And to all our participants, once again, thank you so much to all our keynote speakers. I really learned a lot from you, and so with the participants here in this conference. And now, let us proceed to. I think we will be needing the assistance of our IT. Let's have Doc Myra.
Sir LJ, I think Sir Jben and Doc Myra will be giving the instruction how our participants will proceed to the breakout rooms.
Yes. You'll be given instructions from the ICT team. From the IT team.
Sir Jben, Doc May.
Good morning. Good morning.
And I think Doc Yvette will be the one, or Sir Jben, please.
Okay. A pleasant morning, everyone. I guess it was already stated by Sir Legion and Attorney Joel. The first thing that we must take into consideration before we move to our parallel sessions this morning is please change your name according to this format so that we can recognize you immediately, especially for those presenters and our judges. For the this format, session number underscore your full name. And we will have two parallel sessions this morning, namely parallel session number 6 and parallel session number 7. And this afternoon, we will also have two parallel sessions. So this afternoon, we have already combined parallel session 8 and 9. So that will be named parallel session 8. And we will be having parallel session 9. That session is for those who were not able to present their paper yesterday. And for those who are interested to present again their paper, those are given another chance. So we will be opening another parallel session for this afternoon. Now, the breakout rooms will be opened after this instruction. You will see later on in your screen a breakout room. So feel free to click it. And after you have clicked it, you have there the options to choose whether of the following rooms you will enter. To the presenters and judges, please go to your assigned parallel session. Or you may ask the moderators, Dr. Yvette, Dr. Myra, Sir Lijan, and yours truly, Sir Jayvon Lotion. So to the participants as well and the audience, you might also go to any room at your interest. So I think that's all, Sir Lijan.
Thank you so much. Our break rooms are now open, and we will be giving you 3 to 5 minutes to proceed. Just click this break rooms. But before that, make sure that your names are already changed po, kasi hindi po tayo makakapunta sa mga break rooms if you still have the same name po.
Sir J. Ben, hello, good morning. Kind- Wala. Kindly
Yes,
bring me to
Dr.
session
Market.
6. Kindly bring me to session 6, Sir J. Ben.
Will do po, opo.
Wala, switch camera yan.
Our plenary speakers who are still here are free to join. Sir Jaben, they are free to join any parallel sessions that they want. Just to remind Professor Rania and Sir Mahmoud that you are also an awardee for tomorrow's Global Awards. So we will start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Philippine Standard Time. Thank you.
Again, the breakout rooms is already open, so you can already see in your screen. We have already the breakout rooms. Feel free to click and go to your rooms of interest. Thank you.
Okay, for participants who cannot see still, it's actually at the bottom part of this screen. You can see there security, participants, chat, share screen, record, breakout rooms, and reactions. So I think there in the breakout session, just breakout rooms, you just click it, and then you can just see the number of rooms you can get into.
Yan po, we already have Benjo Solano, Carleso, Edgar Dingal. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We already have 9 in the parallel section 6. Now they are 10, 11. But we still have one. We just only have one in the parallel session 7.
You can also ask the moderators and the facilitators, Doc Myra, Sir Lijan, Doc Yvette, and me, to which room would you like to be assigned? Thank you.
Pumunta lang po tayo sa baba, makikita niyo po yung 4 na square. That's a breakout rooms. Then you choose which room po. Meron lang po tayong isa sa parallel 7. And that is
Sir
Cato Junior
LJ,
Marcos.
permission to speak. According
Yes,
to
sir.
Dr. Cyril Galang, parallel session 8 will be this afternoon. So those who will be for session 8, your parallel session will resume this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc.
Sir Lijan,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to announce to the presenters that for session 6, parallel session 6 is under Ma'am Marikit Obrero, and for parallel session 7 is under Sir Mako Villanueva Catu.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Sir Mako is waiting.
Good morning, everyone.
You can see session 7. Please proceed to session 7. May mga nakikita pa po ako session 7. They are still here. And session 6.
Paano po pag wala yung parallel session button dito sa baba? Hindi ako maka-join po. Hindi ko mahanap yung sinasabi po na parallel session dito sa button
parallel
po.
session?
Okay na po. Ito na po. Ni-invite na po ako. Thank you po.
Okay. You will be assisted by the ICT, Doc Mai, Doc Yvette, and Sir J. If you have a concern, sabihin lang po namin ninyo dito, and you will be guided and assisted by the ICT. Thank you so much. May nakikita pa po ako, Doc, na session 6. Once again, yung pong section 8, mamaya ay mamaya pa pong hapon yung inyong ano. Am I right, Doc? Doy?
Yes po, Sir Lijan. Mamaya pa pong 1
Yun, si Ma'am
after
Sai.
the session. Pero meron nakapasok. I don't know how to inform her, Sir Jben, if you permit to tell Ma'am Plancia, Ma'am Maria Gloria Plancia, that we will be later at 1 p.m.
Hello, ma'am.
Medyo nahihirapan lang yung ating ibang ICT, Doc.
Ma'am Arlene, merong nakalagay dito na for parallel session 8 can join, parallel session 6 and 7 daw po. According to session 6 co-chair, Attorney Joel.
Okay.
Meron po siyang chat sa Zoom. Opo. Ngayon ko lang din po nabasa.
So they have 4 participants in parallel session 7. But in parallel session 6, how many do I have?
Sir LJ.
Other
participants who are not presenters for today, they are free to choose which parallel session they want to join.
Okay.
So you may proceed to any session you are interested in if you are not a presenter today. Also, our plenary speakers, if they're interested, they can also join in any parallel session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Once again, to all our participants, you can choose any of the parallel session. Yan po, pumasok na po kayo.
Ma'am Doksai, according to Sir Mako, I think he needs someone to be with him in parallel session 7. If you can go to parallel session 7 for the time being. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will.
Our participants, if you have a question or if you cannot move or transfer to sa ating parallel session. We're here. We have Ma'am Doc Maria Yvette Meniano and Doc Myra. Naka-transfer na po lahat. Doc Yvette?
I think po, sir.
Oh. Successful, ma'am. Congratulations.
Wait, meron dito session help transfers any session sa participant and observer. Sino po kaya ang sinasabi ni Ma'am Tess?
Hello, good morning,
Yes po.
IT. Ma'am Yvette, baka meron pa pong presenters na belong to session 6 and session 7. They are waiting for the presenters. Kasi dalawa lang po meron na presenters po sa session 6 and 7 po. Tagdalawa po sila. So, they are waiting for some minutes para makapasok po yung ibang participants.
Okay po, Ma'am Arlene.
Salamat po, Ma'am Yvette.
Sir Lijan, sino kaya yun?
Naririnig naman po tayo nito na nandito sila. Sa mga naririto pa po, please lumapit lang po sa amin yung presenter. Ma'am Yvette, presenter po sa ano, no? Sa 6 ba yun?
Yes po, sa 6.
Sir Lijan, pwedeng mag-announce po, no?
Oh, sandali po.
Okay.
Sir Jayben, pa-transfer daw po si Pabilla. Chat ko na lang po. Sige, ma'am, Arlene.
Okay, to our dear participants, if you wish to present your presentation, research study, you may go to session 6 or 7 para po may present po natin yung ating abstract for our research study. Maraming salamat po.
Ayan po. Nag-message na Miss Pabilla or Mr. Pabilla, nag-message na po tayo sa sign po natin yung chat. Yes, ma'am, wala po tayong session 8.
Session 8 and 9 will be this afternoon po.
Will be this afternoon. Binabasa ko yung mga question. Ayun. Pavilion pala siya. Pavilion yung nagpapatransfer. Opo.
Sir LJ, may question po dito. Si Sir presenter from session 8, Sir Reynante Sofera, even if scheduled for session 9 na naging 8, can present pa ba sa session 6 and 7? I think meron tayong separate na kinreate na breakout session do sa mga hindi nakapag-present previously.
Yes, Ma'am Yvette. For session 9 this afternoon, those who are not able to present their research study, they will have the chance to present this afternoon.
Opo, kasi may question po si Sir Reynante Sofera.
Opo. Sir Reynante, mamayang hapon po may chance po kayo na i-present po yung inyong research study sa amin po mamaya for session 9.
Tsaka na-announce na po kanina yan.
May concern po dito, Ma'am Lourdes Salazar Bascuña. Pwede daw po ba siya magpalipat sa session 6? Sino ang pwedeng mag-control? Si Sir LJ, Sir Jayben?
Ma'am Doc Yvette.
Kung nakapag-message po siya ng...
Nalipat ko na po. Papasok po ako sa mga parallel session. Pwede naman po kayo mag-broadcast. Tapos i-chat na lang po ninyo.
Sir Jayben, session 6 is okay for them to have a new presenter. Nag-welcome po si Ma'am Marikit po doon ng bagong presenter po. You may transfer po si Ma'am Lourdes Basconia po.
Opo, na-transfer ko na po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Sir Jayben.
Pupunta pa ako sa mga sessions. Kung may concern pa po kasi, pa na lang po. Chat or message na lang po. Thank you.
Ayan po, Mami Beth. May nag-message po, Mami Beth.
Sir Reynante Sofera, yes po, tama po. Though you are scheduled for session 9 this afternoon, you may move to session 8. Sir LJ, tama po ang mga nasa session 9, yung mga those who were not able to present previously during day 1.
Masasagot po yan ni Sir Jayben tsaka ni Ma'am Arlene.
Okay, sige po. Thank you.
Yes, Ma'am Yvette.
Opo. Ito po uli si Sir, I just want to confirm kung tama po yung response ko kay Sir Sofera. Basahin ko po yung message niya. I was scheduled session 9 but was announced earlier that those who were in session 9 will be moved to session 8. Kino-confirm po niya.
Yes po, kasi yung session 9 po, para mabigyan po ng chance yung mga hindi pa po nakapag-present yesterday. Pero kung naka-online na po, kung nakapasok naman po sa session si Sir Reynante, o Sofera, opo. Siguro i-request na natin kay Sir Jayben na ilagay na siya sa sa session 7 today para po matapos na po siya. Kung okay po sa kanya, ma'am.
Maybe we can ask Sir Sofera.
Yes. Kasi dalawa lang yung yung presenter po sa session 7 po ngayon.
So ma'am,
Yes,
ito transfer, ayan.
Yes po. Willing po to transfer to session 7. Makikisend na lang po ng link.
Opo, sir. Ask po natin si IT po. Ask po natin si Sir Jayben para ma-transfer si Sir po sa session 7.
Okay, sige po. Sir Jayben. Sir Jayben. Can we request if Sir Reynante Sofera be moved to session 7? Thank you. Thank you, Sir Jayben. Ma'am Arlene, okay na po.
Okay na po. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Yvette.
Yes po.
Sir Jayben, thank you po.
Hi, good day. I'm Mr. Adolf B. Arce of Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, San Jose Pili, Camarines Sur. And I am delighted to have the opportunity to participate in the 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference Global Leaders in Educators Award, organized by Bian Books Publication, headed by Dr. Leonilo B. Capulso. On behalf of my co-author, Dr. Hanilin A. Hidalgo, allow me to present our research titled Asian Students' Perception in Generating Innovative Ideas. According to Gary Coleman, the fourth industrial revolution is still in its nascent state, but with the swift pace of change and disruption to business and society, the time to join in is now. And according to Robert Kiyosaki, innovation is key, and only those who have the agility to change with the market and innovate quickly will survive. Hence, this paper attempted to explore the behavioral skills of the students in the Asia Pacific region and developing an innovative idea. Industrial revolution or automation has enabled the industry to create flexibility and efficiency, which has led to the development of new products and technologies that improve the quality of life. The key features of Industrial Revolution 4.0 or automation are digitization, optimization, and personalization of production, automation and adaptation, human-machine interaction, cyber-physical systems, value creation system, as well as automated data exchange and communication. For example, in communications, through social media, we can connect with people around the world in real time. Technology around the world, or technology rather, has indeed made our life easier, far different that of long time ago. It has enabled us to have this international virtual conference. If not because of this, we would not have this virtual conference, and events like this would not be would not have been possible in this time of pandemic. Lastly, 4IR has revolutionized business models across industries around the world. People search for better and efficient lifestyle. Of course, we all want improved, okay, better lifestyle. I guess nobody wants to go back to the old ways of life where you needed to wait for days and even weeks to receive a message from your loved ones via telegram. As people continuously search for better products and services, it is then a big idea, this big challenge rather, for companies to provide products and services congruent to the demands of customers. Failure to meet their demands would result to dissatisfaction and high possibility of shifting to other brands and or company who they believe could meet their unmet demands. Companies' effort to strive harder to meet the demands of their customers result to hyper competition. And the key to survive is to innovate their business models. Hence, entrepreneurs' ability to recognize opportunities and generate innovative ideas is indeed an edge. The tertiary students in this era belong to the Generation Z. This generation refers to people who were born beginning 1997 and have lived in a technological environment such that changes in behaviors, attitudes, and life generation. Detectably, they are characterized to have some form of reliance, freedom, individualism, addiction to technology, and speed. Hence, they are more adaptive to the changing needs. The most unique trait in this generation is a technological advancement which prompts businesses to upgrade their processes. They are the prospective movers and workers of future businesses that are envisioned to be technically sophisticated. Such prediction is brought by the changing demands of the market. Trends have rapidly overtaken the ability of businesses to evolve. Hence, the future industry would be needing more disruptive individuals to walk the speed of industrial revolutions. According to Slusar say 2018, future jobs are shaped by developments staff. In a study on students' ideas on innovations in higher education, the role of innovative activity and participation in the creation, acquisition, and application of innovations have become an important factor in the academy. This real revolution triggers the shift to the education paradigm, and the role of the academy is essential in the formation of competencies. This study attempted to assess the perception of the Generation Z students in Asia Pacific region in developing innovative ideas. More specifically, it determined their behavioral skills in creating opportunities that address the industrial revolution. This study based its framework from the opportunity recognition theory of Dyer, Gregersen, and Christensen 2008 in generating novel ideas using for discovery behavioral skills such as questioning, observing, experimenting, and idea networking. These four behavioral patterns were used in determining the Asian students' innovative behavioral skills. The respondents comprised of two equally divided groups. First, 11 student attendees of Asia Summer Program 2019 held in Surabaya, Indonesia. And the second group, are comprised of 11 Filipino students taking up BS Agri-Ecotourism Management at Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, San Jose Pili, Camarines Sur. In total, this study has 22 respondents. An exploratory interview with 22 Generation C's Asian students, or rather, an exploratory interview was conducted to 22 Generation C Asian students who are culturally diverse to understand how they think of innovative ideas. The data was analyzed using a constant comparative method of qualitative analysis. The applicability of the instrument to students was tested during the interview since this was previously used to a set of innovative entrepreneurs. Based on the interview conducted, it was found out that only a few of Gen Z respondents relied on searching and recognizing opportunities in generating new ideas. Likewise, it was revealed that one strong desire to satisfy curiosity triggers this behavioral skill. According to Kidd and Hayden 2016, Pathak Agrawal, F. Ross, and Darrell 2017, Curiosity is a catalyst for information-seeking behavior to explore an environment and learn skills that might be useful in recognizing opportunities. Meanwhile, the study also discovered that Gen Z Asian students had recognized opportunities and thought of new ideas from their experiences, both from their schools and everyday life. Thus, they have the ability to deduce and derive new ideas from their experience in the outside world. Experiential learning means learning from experiences, according to Lehman 2020. And new experiences motivate the conception of new ideas, according to Kolb, as cited in MacLeod 2017. However, learning depends upon a person's ability to infer the gist being implied by a certain situation, according to Rogers 2014. Gen Z Asian students in this study were actively engaged in curricular activities. Their involvement must have seemingly led to mental and physical exploration driven by their desire to seek information to satisfy their curiosity. Exploration-based learning, according to Verma 2019, is a learning approach that helps students learn through their curiosity and inquiry. And lastly, the study found out that social networking is the behavioral skill they engage in oftentimes. Since the respondents of this study were students, they were actively involved in networking, usually at school. The learnings they had acquired from their interactions with diverse people during personal and curricular events had enabled them to think of new ideas. Networking, according to Kagan 2020 and Al-Habri 2016, is an exchange of information and ideas through interaction among people of the same interest and field, either in social and formal gatherings. The behavioral skills that emerge in this study appear to be almost similar to the behavioral skills in the study of Dyer et al. 2008. The slight difference may be attributed to the differences in the demographic characteristics of students respondents who were unarguably from different generations. Dyer et al. 2008 used innovative entrepreneurs as respondents of their study, while this study employed Asian students as respondents. Asian students were able to spot the opportunities implied by the patterns of diverse information and ideas derived from searching, experiential learning, exploration-based learning, and social networking. And curiosity motivated the respondents to delve into information and ideas through the four behavioral skills that emerged in this study. Aside from it, the desire to make things better or desire to change the status quo also motivated them to think of innovative ideas that address the call for industrial revolution. While this study focused on identifying the curiosity factors, it did not address the motivational factors such as monetary, psychological, and social gains, which can trigger the associational thinking behaviors of the students. Hence, further study may also be conducted comparing entrepreneurial and non-entrepreneurial background of students and developing innovative ideas. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for listening. I am very happy to have the opportunity to participate in this conference. Okay, to the Beyond Books publication. Once again, thank you very much, everyone.
Hello everyone, this is Ramon Paras Jr. of the Department of Education, Schools Division of Rojas City. And of course, I would like to say thank you to the convener and of course the proprietor of Beyond Books publication and of course the convener of this 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference, Dr. Leonilo D. Capolso. And of course, I'd like to give my sincerest gratitude to SDO Rojas City family for allowing me to join in this and present in this international multidisciplinary research conference, to our schools division superintendent, Sir Feliciano C. Buenafe Jr., our assistant schools division superintendent, Mr. Rogelio P. Amador, and of course our SGOD chief, Dr. Nerissa Recente, and to our research expert in the schools division of Roa City, the senior education program specialist for planning and research, Dr. Delpha A. Apelo. Thank you very much for your support and your guidance for me to be able to present today. So my study is focused on the title Language Anxiety and Reading Comprehension of 6th graders. And learning the English language is part and parcel of the public school curriculum. Students must acquire the ability to decode English words and comprehend English language text so that they can completely participate in the class discussion and effectively transact with the written text in English. Nowadays, however, it is observable in the public schools that in an English language class, there are students who tend to be quiet during class discussions and never respond to teachers' inquiry about the signed readings, and they withdraw themselves in doing the activities that they are asked to carry out. And the teacher assigns them to report about the read text or the text that they read. They feel nervous and tense to talk about to the class. And they are anxious to express their ideas in English. As a result, they forfeit the opportunity to convey the information they were able to comprehend, and they miss the chance to interact with the members of the class. So given this scenario, it can therefore be concluded that they have developed language anxiety. And according to Papa Mihil, language anxiety is dependent upon the interactions with others, and on the other hand, according to Vygotsky, learning is dependent upon the social interactions that occurs in the classroom, and that withdrawal from the interaction is a result of language anxiety, which can be great cause of failure in a language teaching as well as the students learning to read, resulting to poor reading comprehension. So with such observation, the researcher made to ponder why the learners display such behavior, and maybe such behavior can affect their achievement, specifically their reading comprehension. And of course, based on the concepts and thorough explanation presented by language experts, the learners had probably developed language anxiety. So with such observation, it motivated the researchers to investigate if there is a relationship between the language anxiety and reading comprehension. And this study is actually anchored on the self-efficacy theory of Bandura. It postulates that when a condition is felt threatening, the subsequent anxiety is dependent on an individual's judgment on his capacity to deal positively with the threat, and self-esteem is an extenuating factor in anxiety-producing situations. And in classroom situations, threatening conditions would have an adverse effect on students' learning, and students preoccupied with the threatening learning situation and could not focus on the task they need to accomplish. And it loses students' automatic actions to function effectively, since their attention is redirected to tasks unrelated processing brought about by anxiety. And this study is actually aimed to determine the level of anxiety and reading comprehension of 6th graders in Roa City District 3, and the research was actually conducted to 240 randomly selected 6th graders, and stratified proportional random sampling was used in the identification and selection of the pupil participants from the elementary schools in District 3. And to determine among the 6th graders pupils, okay, actually the participants of this research were grade 6 pupils, no? And the lottery techniques was used, and all the names of grade 6 pupils in Roa City 3 were taken from the schools, and all the names of the participants were written in a small piece of paper, and it was rolled and placed in a separate box and designated for each school, and the required number of participants per school was drawn from each box. And the instruments used in the study were the language anxiety scale. This is to determine the level of anxiety, the English language anxiety, and then the reading comprehension test. This is to determine the level of comprehension, and of course, we have included the personal data sheet or information sheet to get the profile of the respondents. And of course, based from the results that we have, so in general, there is the moderate level of language anxiety among our learners with 2.93 mean. And for the reading comprehension, the reading comprehension level of the learners was moderately high, which has 19.15 mean. And Also, there is a significant but negative relationship between the level of language anxiety and reading comprehension level. So this indicates that pupils who have high level of language anxiety tend to have lower reading comprehension level. And the sixth graders have moderate level of language anxiety, except those pupils whose parents have achieved postgraduate level or higher, where they have low level of anxiety. So this indicates that parents' education influences how children behave in school. Parents who have achieved higher level of learning would have a broader range of understanding on child psychology, which leads them on becoming good parents. Quality parenting shapes positive self-esteem system or self-system process among children. If children are molded by caring and secure home environment, it would create a positive impact on how they act inside the classroom, and they would develop constructive behavior towards authorities such as teachers. And the reading comprehension level of sixth graders of Raw City District 3 was moderately high, except for those pupils whose parents have achieved college level and higher. This points that there are students who possess over self-confidence, and those who are too much confident about themselves end up not realizing what they can do, and they are overwhelmed how well they perform on a certain task, and they even cannot accurately gauge their strengths and weaknesses, so as a result they fail to perform effectively and efficiently on certain tasks due to inaccurate self-assessment of their ability. And also the reading comprehension is inversely related with language anxiety. This means that if the pupil's language anxiety level is high, their performance in reading is decreasing or negatively affected in how they perceive about their ability. And moreover, students who have high level of language anxiety tend to have lower reading level comprehension. And of course, to lessen the anxiety felt by the pupils in a language class, teacher may employ strategies and techniques that would promote less anxious learning experiences for them, and he should also display a pleasant and congenial way of handling pupils whenever he conducts his class. Similarly, teachers could make an authentic assessment on the kind of school-related anxiety felt by students through informal interviews with parents and other persons related to students, and this may be of help to determine what factors trigger for the pupils to act anxiously. And furthermore, teachers teaching in a big classes may group students according to their ability, but labeling should be avoided in order not to cause a negative feeling or creating low self-esteem among students. And they may be provided with differentiated activities based on the student's level of ability, so as to alleviate the stress they feel in class. And also, teacher may also conduct regular one-on-one consultation with parents. Such meeting would be a proper venue to talk on their children's problems and achievement in school, and it is also an opportunity to discuss on the feasible options to take in improving their children's school performance. And to improve the pupils' reading comprehension, teachers may use strategies that promote stress-free reading classes, such as the utilization of interesting and attractive graphic organizers, in which graphic organizers provide scaffold to facilitate learners' better understanding of the selection read, and at the same time reduces their anxiety. And studies show that through the use of geos, it would enhance and facilitate learners to act and engage effectively on the reading task aside. And of course, that's all the result of my research work entitled Language Anxiety and Reading Comprehension of 6th Graders. Thank you very much, everyone, for your listening heart. Good day.
Good day. I am Maria Corazon A. Bourbon. The title of my study is The Evaluation on the Compliance of Region 4A Teachers with Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016, or also known as RA 10912 Implementation, Basis for Policy Enhancement. Philippine Constitution, Article 2, Section 17 state that the state shall give priority to education, science and technology, arts, culture and sports to foster patriotism and nationalism, accelerate social progress, and promote total human liberation and development. While Republic Act No. 7836, also known as the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994, aims to strengthen the regulation and supervision of the practice teaching in the Philippines and prescription of a licensure examination for teachers. while the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers, otherwise known as Republic Act No. 4670, envisioned to provide programs for the promotion and improvement of well-being and economic status of public school teachers. The recent Republic Act No. 7784 is an act which stipulates to strengthen teacher education in the Philippines, thus establishing centers of excellence and creating a Teacher Education Council. A 10912 or CPT Act of 2016 mandates the enhancement and upgrading of the professional competence according to practices of international standards. The PRC, as it implements RA 10912, has approved the application of the DepEd through NAIAP as the accredited CPD provider for teachers through Resolution Number 1032, Series of 2017 with accreditation number 2017-115. LAC session also part of the accreditation. But these dilemmas are in no way different to that are experienced by the professional around the world, such as poor or non-participation of teachers in CPD activities, lack of interest by some educators, lack of support by the school management, the cost of travel and cover, the teacher's attitude, especially in not taking advantage of the CPD opportunities, or because there is a reluctance on the part of the teachers to acknowledge the need for development. Thus, this study wants to explore the current scenarios on the implementation of CPD Act in Region 4A. For this study, the conceptual framework, the input, are the demographic profile of the respondents, understanding the practice of the CPD among professional teachers, the approaches in the implementation of CPD law, and activities for the accruement of CPD credit points. For the process, I used the survey and interview, the focus group discussion, and the triangulation, which involves the quantitative and the qualitative method. For the output is the policy recommendation to enhance implementation of RA 10912 or CPD law. This study would be significant to the following group. First, the PRC as a basis for further review of the current implementation of CPD law for teachers to come up with an improved implementation plan. Navigate to continue to commission the high-quality learning and development activities from identified and accredited training providers. And also, measuring the quality and impact of CPD is essential to understand its efficacy as well as to demonstrate its more immediate value to individual professionals and employers. This would also be significant to the DepEd Human Resource and Training Development, for it can provide a baseline data on the CPD practices for teachers. This data or the result of the study could give them viable information about the CPD activities that teachers were engaged to help them comply with the CPD law. The result also helps to aspire to integrate the competently and practiced innovation in CPD and respond to professional demands of the teachers. This study would also be significant to the CPD providers because it can provide with a clear idea on how to plan and design CPD activities that will be offered to help address the teacher's IPPD. And also, they must develop activities and trainings which promote confidence, creativity, flexibility, capability, and performance. While for the teachers, this study aimed to provide an eye-opener and ideas so that teachers would understand fully how their needs for the learners as well as for the instruction will be bridged in them. Encourage teacher also to choose processes, whether intuitive or deliberate, individual or social, that could result in specific changes in their professional knowledge, skills, attitudes, belief, or action. Hopefully, this study would also benefit the student since further planning and development for the students will be involved. Broader changes that take place over a long period, resulting in qualitative shifts in aspects of teacher professionalism through CPD, may be cascaded for the betterment of students' learning. Lastly, this could benefit the researchers as a source of related theoretical underpinnings for their future studies, and they may also further improve or add additional inputs to the policy recommendations endeavored as a terminal aim of the present research. For the methodology, I used the descriptive research method. The respondents of the study were the teachers and school heads from the large schools in Region 4A Calabarzon, coming from the 5 schools division of Laguna, Quezon, San Pablo City, Tayabas City, and Lucena City. The schools chosen were the best and the better performing schools. The number of respondents was computed using the Cochrane formula. For the research instrument, I used a research-made questionnaire checklist where that checklist underwent a series of validation. For the statistical treatment, I used the frequency and percentage and median in the treatment of data, and the Kruskal-Wallis H test and Mann-Whitney U test to find the significance of some related data. As to compliance to research ethics, I observed honesty, objectivity, respect for intellectual property, and confidentiality. After the data gathering, these are the findings of my study. The respondents are generally 31 to 40 years old, which is 119 or 29.8%. Mostly female, 323 or 80.8%. They are married, 295 or 73.8%. And completed their bachelor's degree, which is 234 or 58.5%. They have rendered 10 to 20 years and just renewed their PRC ID on 2019, which is 167 or 41.8%. As to the extent of the CPD law implementation for respondents' evaluation in terms of the following areas, these are the findings. The respondents agree on that they have adequate understanding of RA 10912 or the CPD law, but generally disagree on the sponsors of CPD activities participation, particularly the Canteen Fund and Parents Teachers Association voluntary contribution in sponsoring their professionals' requirement to afford CPD activities. The respondents generally agree on the benefits of undertaking the CPD. The respondents generally agree on the reasons for attending to CPD activities in as much as the reason for not attending to CPD activities. They agree on the motivation for CPD activities or program participation and the support by the DepEd to ensure that teachers comply with CPD law. Respondents just sometimes engage in CPD programs for the past 3 years, and very often, the conventional approaches like lecture, demonstration lesson, and workshop are the modes of the CPD programs delivery, relatively planned and proactively processed by facilitators in the CPD providers. The respondents generally rarely accrued CPD points from attended activities as they rarely become facilitator, moderator, resource speaker, trainer, demonstration teachers, panelist, reactor, and monitor. It is also rare that they become resource speaker only when there is inset or invitation for speaking engagement in other school. They generally never accrued CPD points from academic track. The respondents generally rarely accrued CPD points from self-directed training offered by non-accredited CPD providers, from self-directed training offered by non-accredited CPD providers, and from productive scholarship. They perceive that the training programs offered by the CPD providers very often address their IPPD needs. The respondents generally rated the CPD providers where CPD credit units are earned as sometimes. They generally strongly disagree with the supporting documents for CPD credit points, as only certificate of attendance and appreciation are commonly presented, since most of the professionals opt to participate in seminars and trainings than do other professional development activities. As to the statement, is there a significant difference on the evaluation of the implementation of CPD law by the respondents when they are grouped? The findings: understanding of CPD law and its current practices and approaches in the implementation of CPD law are evaluated by the respondents differently, considering their age, highest educational attainment, and length of service, but have relatively similar evaluation on the provision therein when respondents are grouped according to sex, civil status, and last renewal of their PRC ID. However, on the activities for accruement of CPD credit points, significant difference in the evaluation is only noted when respondents are grouped according to highest educational attainment and length of service. For the conclusion, the teachers' respondents are generally 31 to 40 years old, female, married with bachelor's degree, rendered relatively short length of service, and renewed their PRC license just recently. The respondents understand the law before its implementation, since they have knowledge and proper information of the law. Much of the CPD activities teachers attend to are advanced or graduate studies, and those which are closely related to their professional practice, such as inset and LAC sessions. The CPD training programs are proven to be significant and responsive to the professionals, though most of them just use the inset-based CPD points. The respondents' age, highest educational attainment, and length of services are generally the sources of difference in their evaluation of the compliance of the CPD law, in contrast to sex, civil status, and last renewal of the PRC ID. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Armida Natividad, currently the head teacher of the Science Department of P. Bernardo High School. I am presenting the result of my study conducted in 2020, entitled The Impact of the Performance Management Practices on School Organizational Climbing. Humans are considered as the success factor for any establishment. People set the motion for the day-to-day activities and long-term plan. They are in direct contact with clients and stakeholders. It is therefore important that their interests at work and their commitment to their organization are sustained. Two important concepts have been proven to preserve the professional commitment of workers: keeping a positive organizational climate and applying an effective performance management system. Organizational climate, of course, refers to the atmosphere that the employees perceive of their organization. It is the perception of their organization. It cannot be emphasized enough that a good and decent climate that encourages employees to remain loyal and committed are created by effective managers who implement strategies that remove obstacles along the way. Performance management system is a system that is designed to identify strategies to achieve the organization's goals. It comprises the practices, procedures, and rewards that contribute to the employee's perception of climate that influence their attitude at work. The tactful management of man is a very important and challenging job because of the dynamic nature of the people. Humans have different mental abilities, sentiments, and behavior that are subject to various influences. The Performance Management System, or PMS, is the tool through which managers communicate what is expected of the employee. The Results-Based Performance Management System, or RPMS, was developed in 2012 through the Civil Service Commission Memorandum Circular Number 6, the Strategic Performance Management System, the 2015 DepEd Order Number 2 on the guidelines on the establishment and implementation of the RPMS in DepEd, and DepEd Order Number 42, Series of 2017, the development and validation of the PPST. In the Philippines, the performance management system that we use is the RPMS, or the Results-Based Performance Management System. This aims to help teachers to improve delivery of quality basic education, and it ensures the delivery of quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating basic education in the country. This study is significant because it helps the school administrators create the ideal climate that will lead to a higher quality of work. It shows the perceptions of both the school administrators and the teachers on the practice of the present performance management system. This is vital to the understanding of the school climate that functions closely with the performance management, since it operates on areas such as leadership, appreciation, and recognition, and quality. And finally, this study fills the gap in the current literature, testing the possible relationship between performance management and organizational climate that contributes to positive or negative operation of the school. Statement of the problem. Number 1, how do the school heads practice performance management as perceived by themselves and the department heads and the teacher respondents in terms of the following management practices: performance planning, monitoring and coaching, evaluation, and performance rewarding. Number 2, is there a significant difference on the perceptions of the three groups of respondents on the school head's practice of performance management? Number 3, what is the level of organizational climate in the respondent schools as perceived by the three group of respondents in terms of the following variables: staff development, human relations, innovation, school community value orientation? Number 4, is there a significant difference in the perceptions of the three groups of respondents on the level of their organizational climate? Number 5, is there a significant relationship between the school administrators' performance management practices and their organizational climate? Lastly, what performance management process may be developed based on identified managerial practices and organizational climate? Research ethics involves the validation of the paper, which went through two principals, 3 doctors of education, 1 PSDS, and 2 school department heads. Pilot testing was done in a Quezon City high school with 8 department heads, 2 master teachers, and 8 classroom teachers. Permits were procured from the offices of the NCR Director and the SDOs of Quezon City and Manila. Questionnaires were floated in 40 schools in both SDOs with 280 respondents, which were retrieved after a week. Sources were properly cited. Originality and authenticity was done through an online plagiarism checker. Identities of the respondents and their responses were kept confidential. Methodology. The methodology used descriptive type with purposive sampling and quantitative method using survey questionnaires. Statistical treatment made use of the weighted mean, one-way analysis of variance or ANOVA, and Pearson R, which was used to determine the significant relationship between the school heads' performance management practices and their organizational climate. Findings. For performance planning, it was revealed that the school head, that the overall mean for the school heads was 3.72 with a descriptive rating of being done to a high extent. Department head managed to have an overall mean of 3.729, also with the same descriptive rating, while that of the group of teacher respondents had a weighted average of 3.42 or moderate extent. The result shows that although both the school heads and department heads believe that they conducted the performance planning to a high extent, the teachers believe that it's done to a moderate extent only. Planning gives the teachers a direction and goals that they need, and the lack thereof will lead to confusion, frustration, non-commitment, and wasted work that is not aligned with expectations. For monitoring and coaching, the school head had, both school head and department head had a descriptive rating of high extent, while the teacher obtained a moderate extent on that area. This denotes that the teachers wish to hear more feedback on how they are performing. For performance evaluation, both school heads and department heads and the teacher, all 3 groups had a descriptive rating of high extent. The finding implies that the school administrators manage well in performance evaluation, but need to adopt a joint problem-solving approach with the teachers' professional problems, and they should have a more extensive method of gauging competence. For performance rewarding, the data revealed that the rewards mechanism for good performance is in place, but could still be executed better if the performance-based incentive system or PBIS is linked to the process as an additional incentive in order to meet the development needs. The study showed that there is a significant difference on the perceptions of performance management practices. The discrepancy may be traced back to the misplaced focus of attention on how the teachers will adjust with the system rather than on the principle that it's actually for the improvement of their job. For the staff development, the average weighted mean for both the school heads and the department heads showed very high rating, while the teachers gave a high rating. This implies that not all teachers feel that the school administrators support and encourage faculty development. In this era of educational reforms, the teacher should be given the professional development assistance that they need. For human relations, all three groups gave an overall mean that equates to a very high descriptive rating. This data suggests that in spite of some complaints from the teachers, the school administrators are still doing a good job in maintaining a healthy school climate in terms of human relations. For innovation, the teacher gave a high rating in contrast to the very high rating given by the school head and the department head. Overall, the three groups of respondents gave a very high rating on the organizational climate in terms of school community. This means that solidarity may not always be solved and fairness may not always be observed, but a healthy climate still exists in the school. For the values that are observed in the school community, the school head, the department heads, and the teachers all gave a very high rating on that area. The test of significant differences in the perceptions of the three groups of respondents on the level of organizational climate reveals that based on the result, the teachers expressed their desire to be a part of staff development program planning and that they need support and resources to participate in the formulation of innovative measures on the school problems. The study showed that there is a very high relationship between the performance management practices and the level of organizational climate existing in a school. The data showed that there is a very high relationship between the performance management practices and the organizational climate in schools. The study also revealed the weakness in the implementation of the performance management system in DepEd. The findings showed a significant gap in the perception of the performance management between the teacher respondents and the group of school heads and department heads. Teachers believe that the objectives, responsibilities, and key activities should be discussed at the beginning of the cycle. It should be emphasized that monitoring and coaching should be done during the entire period of the performance cycle. The teachers revealed that the school head should pay more attention on the frequency of monitoring and tracking of performance against the objective set. Mid-year review is usually ignored and evaluation happens only at the end of the year. The findings implied that the school administrators manage well in performance evaluation but need to adopt a joint problem-solving approach with the teachers' professional problems and should have a more extensive view of gauging competence. The teacher should be properly assisted to ensure that they are equipped with the proper skills, competence, and mindset and are likewise provided with the resources to address their problems in school. The teacher should be given the professional development assistance and the necessary resources to meet the high demands of globalization. And therefore, it is concluded that how the school administrator conducts the performance management system influences the school climate. If the performance management system promotes professional growth, decision-making, autonomy and innovation, and recognition for the work of each individual, then it will lead to a positive and healthy school climate. This is supported by the studies of Lumberton in 2019, which states that the best type of organizational climate is one that includes qualities such as high trust levels, a reasonable amount of autonomy in work tasks, high standards of fairness, and appropriate recognition for the work of each person. The study of Chokalingam in 2019 also supports this by saying that the management of an institution should ensure effective implementation of managerial policies to enhance the quality of organizational climate and performance management. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Good day, everyone. I am Dr. Sunny S. Maglente from Masbate Colleges, and I will be presenting to you the study entitled Experiences of Students of Graduate Studies and Research of Masbate Colleges. As to the background of the study, let me share with you the quote from Jack Mestman, which says, "Online learning is rapidly becoming one of the most cost-effective ways to educate the world's rapidly expanding workforce." The coronavirus disease, or COVID-19, which has become a pandemic, greatly affected the economy of the world. Some businesses have to be closed and worst, shut down operation. Movements of people are restricted. Hence, many activities have to be stopped or postponed, but not the education of the youth. Many schools, colleges, and universities opted to adopt online classes. Masbate Colleges is the first higher education institution in the province of Masbate to adopt this kind of learning delivery modality. The researcher is very much eager to know the experience of their graduate students, hence this study. For the methods, the research method is descriptive survey method. For the research respondents, the respondents were the students of graduate studies and research of Masbate Colleges. For sampling procedure, I did not employ any kind of sampling procedure, as I considered all graduate students as respondents to my study. As to the research instrument, the study utilized the questionnaire as the main instrument in gathering the needed data. Statistical treatment of the data gathered were subject to statistical treatment specifically through the following measures. 1. Frequency and percentage for the profile of the graduate students, their speed of internet connectivity, the ICT tools used in online classes, multimedia tools used in synchronous classes, and LMS, or the learning management system, used in asynchronous classes. And number 2, weighted mean for the level of competence of graduate students. As to the results and discussion, let me start with age. 31 or 26.72% are 20 to 27 years old. 54 or 46.55% are 28 to 35 years old. 20 or 17.24% are 26 to 43 years old. 9 or 7.76% are 44 to 51 years old, and 2 or 1.72% are 52 to 59 years old. As to sex, 31 or 26.72% are males, while 85 or 73.28% are females. As to degree, 95 or 81.90% are taking up Master of Arts in Education, while 21 or 18.10% are taking up Doctor of Philosophy. As to congressional district, 1 or 0.86 is a resident of 1st Congressional District. 22 or 18.97 are residents of 2nd Congressional District, and 93 or 17% are residents of 3rd Congressional District. Hence, majority of the respondents are 20 to 35 years old, females, MA students, and residents of 3rd Congressional District. For the speed of internet connectivity of graduate students, 3 or 2.59% have very fast internet connectivity. 70 or 60.34% have fast internet connectivity. 39 or 33.62% have slow internet connectivity, and 4 or 3.45% have very slow internet connectivity. Hence, majority of the respondents, or 60.34%, have fast internet connectivity. As to ICT tools used in online classes, 81 or 69.83% use laptop, 8 or 6.90% use desktop PC, 111 or 95.69% use smartphone, 6 or and majority of the respondents used laptop and the smartphone in attending online classes. As to multimedia tools in synchronous classes, 114 or 98.28% used Google Meet, and 98 or 84.48% used Zoom. As to the learning management system, or LMS, used in asynchronous classes, it can be observed that all 116 students, or 100% of the respondents, used Google Classroom as their LMS. As to the level of competency in creating and presenting information, documents at a weighted mean of 3.37, spreadsheets at a weighted mean of 3.18, and drawings at a weighted mean of 2.97, all interpreted as competent. Presentations at a weighted mean of 2.34, interpreted as less competent, and the average weighted mean is 2.97, interpreted as competent. For the level of competency in video recording, Bandicam has the weighted mean of 2.76, built-in OS video had a weighted mean of 2.65, Loom had a weighted mean of 2.72, and Zoom, all interpreted as competent. Zoom had a weighted mean of 3.55, and Google Meet had a weighted mean of 3.94, and both interpreted as very competent. The average weighted mean is 3.07, interpreted as competent. For the level of competency in authoring tools, Adobe Photoshop had a weighted mean of 3.13, Adobe Captivate had a weighted mean of 3.43, Camtasia had a weighted mean of 3.33, and Prezi had a weighted mean of 2.87, all interpreted as competent. And Lectora had a weighted mean of 2.33, interpreted as less competent. The average weighted mean was 3.02, interpreted as competent. For the conclusions, based on the findings of the study, the following conclusions were derived. Number 1, majority of the respondents are 20 to 35 years old, females, residents of 3rd Congressional District, and MAED students. Number 2, graduate students have fast internet connectivity. Number 3, laptop and smartphones are used in attending online classes. Number 4, Google Meet is widely used in synchronous classes, while Google Classroom is used by all students in asynchronous classes. And finally, number 5, graduate students are competent in creating and presenting information, video recording, and authoring tools. Thank you so much. That ends my presentation.
A pleasant day to everyone. Today, allow me to present my research entitled Administrative Leadership Behavior Principles, Its Influence on Teachers' Performance. Yours truly, I'm from Division of Malolos, Department of Education, Philippines, Christopher P. Rojas. According to Latewood et al. 2008, successful leadership in schools found evidence indicating that principals' leadership practices, such as leadership behaviors, affect teachers' emotions, which in turn shape the motivation and performance at work. And with that, the problem of the study is to assess the administrative leadership behavior of principals and its influence on teachers' performance in public elementary schools in District 2 and 7 of Schools Division of City of Malolos. Specifically, how may the administrative leadership behavior of principals be described in terms of the following: communication, consideration, discipline, empowering staff, flexibility, influence with supervisors, inspiring group purpose, modeling instructional expectation, monitoring and evaluating instruction, providing contingent reward and situational awareness? Second one, how may the teacher's performance be described in terms of the following results: self-management, professionalism and ethics, result focus, teamwork, service orientation, innovation, oral communication, written communication, and computer and ICT skills? Thirdly, does the principal's administrative leadership behavior significantly influence teachers' performance? And fourth, what strategic action plan may be proposed based from the findings of the study? For the methods, this study used descriptive correlational method of research wherein after the participants answer the questions, the researcher describes the responses given. The design also systematically investigates the relationship among variables as well as determining cause and effect relationship between two or more quantifiable variables. Specifically, researcher is after the influence of administrative leadership behavior on teachers' performance, which is also the conceptual framework of the study, which is anchored on Bandura's reciprocal determinism, which states that the world and a person's behavior causes each other. So we can view there the world as the school, with your personnel, and the person's behavior as the behavior of the principal. So they causes each other according to this theory. And with that, the respondents of the study were the 120 elementary teachers from public elementary schools of the District 2 and 7 of Schools Division of Malolos, and the total number of population was used to ensure the efficiency and validity of the study. For the instrument, this study was used a standardized questionnaire to measure principals' administrative leadership behavior that was developed by Walker and Sear 2011. With internal reliability index, Cronbach's alpha of 0.85, which is high, and the standardized instrument for teachers' performance was adopted from the Result-Based Performance Management System, or RPMS, set by the Department of Education. For the statistical treatment, the data collected were tabulated and processed using statistical packages for social sciences, or SPSS. In order to analyze and interpret the data gathered, the following statistical measures were used. For the administrative leadership behavior, a rating scale of 5 ranging from 4.50 to 5.0 is very high. 4 from 3.50 to 4.49 is high. 3 from 2.50 to 3.49 average. 2 with a range of 1.5 to 2.49 low. And 1 with a range of 1 to 1.49 is very low. Same goes with the RPMS of our teachers with the same rating scale and range. A rating scale of 5 is outstanding, 4 very satisfactory, 3 satisfactory, 2 unsatisfactory, 1 poor. And regression analysis was used in determining the influence of principals' administrative leadership behavior on teachers' performance. Table 2 presents the administrative leadership behavior of principals. Particularly, in terms of communication, they are very high, especially in establishing strong lines of communication with and among students and teachers. They are highly considerate, especially in expressing genuine concern for the welfare of the teachers. They are highly disciplined, particularly in protecting teachers from intrusions into their instructional time. They highly empower staff by providing opportunities for teachers to make decisions about their work and to be involved in school-wide decisions. They are highly flexible in utilizing varied leadership behaviors as necessary. They are highly influential with supervisors. They are highly inspire group purpose in creating an environment where all teachers are part of a team. They highly model instructional expectations based on their beliefs in instructional process and emphasizes the importance of the instruction that takes place in the classroom. They highly monitor and evaluate instruction by keeping an eye on what is happening in the school. They highly provide contingent reward, formally and informally, and they are highly aware of the situation of the school in details and concerns regarding the functioning of schools and uses this information to address the current and potential problems. For teachers' performance in terms of self-management, it is especially in setting personal goals, undertaking personal actions, displaying emotional maturity, prioritizing work tasks and schedules, and setting high quality, challenging, realistic goals for self and others. Table 4, teachers' performance in terms of professionalism and ethics, also very satisfactory. Very satisfactory in terms of demonstrating the values and behavior, practicing ethical and professional behavior, maintaining professional image, making personal sacrifices, and act with a sense of urgency and responsibility. In terms of result focus, also very satisfactory in achieving results with optimal use of time and resources, avoiding rework and mistakes, delivering error-free outputs, expressing a desire to do better, and making specific changes in the system or in its own work methods to improve performance. Also, a very satisfactory teamwork in terms of willingly do their share responsibility, promoting collaboration, applying negotiation principles, driving consensus and team ownership of decisions, working constructively and collaboratively with others. Next one, we have service orientation. Is also very satisfactory, wherein they can explain and articulate organizational directions, taking personal responsibility, initiating activities that promotes advocacy for men and women empowerment, participating in updating of office vision, mission, and mandates, and developing and adapting service improvement programs. In terms of innovation, again, very satisfactory in examining the root cause of problems, fostering new ideas, demonstrating an ability to think beyond the box, translating and creating thinking into tangible changes, and usage of ingenious methods to accomplish responsibilities. In terms of oral communication, they are also very satisfactory by following instructions accurately, expressing their self clearly, using appropriate medium for the message, adjust communication style to others, guides discussions between and among peers to meet an objective. And also with written communication, very satisfactory with the mean of 4.17, wherein they knew the different written communication formats. They are writing in written correspondence and communications. They secure information from required references. They self-edit words, numbers, and phonetics, notation, and etc. And they demonstrate clarity, fluency, impact, and conciseness, and effectiveness in his or her written communication. And lastly, for ICT skills, also very satisfactory, wherein they can prepare basic compositions, identify different computer parts, prepare simple presentation using PowerPoint, utilizes technologies to access information, and recommend appropriate and updated technology to enhance productivity and professional practice. For our Table 12, regression analysis of principals' administrative leadership behavior on teacher performance, it was hypothesized in the study that administrative leadership behavior of principals does not significantly influence teachers' performance. To determine the extent of influence of the said variable, and the result of the regression run in Table 12 revealed that the administrative leadership behavior of principals in terms of communication and discipline obtained B coefficients of 0.184 and 0.133 respectively, with associated probability less than 0.05. This means that for every unit increase in communication and discipline could generate an increase of 0.184 and 0.133 on teachers' performance respectively. On the other hand, a unit increase in monitoring and evaluating instruction could generate an increase of 0.183 on teachers' performance, which was found significant also with a p-value of 0.020. Analysis of the obtained beta coefficient revealed as the obtained values of 0.233 for communication, 0.233 for discipline, and 0.238 for monitoring and evaluating instruction, which means that communication accounts 23.3% contribution to teachers' performance, same as with discipline with 23.3% contribution, and monitoring and evaluating instruction contributes 23.8% on teachers' performance. The administrative leadership behaviors consideration, empowering staff, flexibility, influence with supervisors, inspiring group purpose, modeling instructional competence, providing contingent reward, and situational awareness are also influential with teachers' performance, but not to a significant extent, since their obtained p-values are less than 0.05. Analysis of the obtained F ratio of 32.287 significant at 0.05 alpha means that the 11 administrative leadership behavior principles, they jointly influence teacher performance, but the best predictor of variables are communication, discipline, and monitoring and evaluating instruction. And with that, this strategic action plan is being proposed. For the administrative leadership behavior principles, with an objective of improving the administrative leadership behavior of principals, especially in communication, discipline, monitoring, and evaluating instruction. By attendance of principals to trainings and seminars and workshops that will improve their administrative leadership behaviors, emphasizing on the said areas. And there will be regular observations and monitoring of School Governance and Operations Division or SGOD team of the Schools Division of City of Malolos among principals with regards to their improved communication, disciplinary and monitoring and evaluating behavior, and other administrative leadership behavior in schools. From first semester of the school year to second semester of the school year with a budget of both 30,000 and 40,000. And the success indicator is the improvement of rating of communication discipline, monitoring and evaluating instruction, and the other administrative leadership behaviors from high and very high. And with that, there should also be improvement of teachers' performance in our RPMS from the lowest noted rating to a higher level of performance. For the conclusion, the high administrative leadership behaviors of principals as evaluated by public school teachers are an indication of their effective management of school systems. The performance of teachers is rated as very satisfactory, but can still be enhanced into outstanding performance. The administrative leadership behaviors of principals significantly influence teachers' performance, and the strategic action plan may be necessary to address the limitations identified in the study. And in light with these conclusions, this study recommends that principals maintain or further enhance their high quality of administrative leadership behaviors. That public school teachers maintain or improve their very satisfactory performance in schools through professional development and regular monitoring and evaluation and feedbacking of higher authorities in order to be aware of the performance indicators they need to further improve. That principals should be aware and sensitive with their way of communication, discipline, monitoring and evaluating instruction, for they were found to be significantly influential to performance of teachers. That this strategic action plan may be adopted by the Schools Division of City of Malolos to further improve the quality of education in the department. And with that, this is where I rest my research. Thank you for listening, and God bless us all. Keep safe, everyone. Thank you.
Good day. I am Janice Tagle Bautista, Master in Educational Management, presented the thesis with the title Multimedia and Learners' Engagement Among Grade 12 Students in Grade 6 Quezon City. Background of the study. This study applied multimedia in grade 12 students in District 6 of Quezon City and evaluated the perception and the use of multimedia to learners' engagement. The main purpose of this study is to determine if the utilization of multimedia as teaching method would create an impact on senior high school learners' engagement during the class sessions. An information and communication and technologies empowered education system that changed students into dynamic lifelong learners and value-centered. Beneficial and mindful residents depended on the DepEd 5-year ICT4E strategic plan entitled 21st Century Education for All Filipinos Anytime Anywhere by DepEd 2008. In the year 2010, the DepEd or the Department of Education began the delivery of ICT packages. The intention is to provide public schools with the proper technology that would help the teachers' improvement of the educating learning process and addresses the challenges of the 21st century. According to the Carson 2008, most of the teachers prefer teaching through multimedia to get learners' attention, and they thought that the students will be more engaged once they teach in their expectations. Sometimes, the success of the education at all levels is not easy to achieve. Students learn more when they are strongly focused in education and will apply it in different settings. Multimedia applications together with the individual approaches within the didactic process can help in the direction of Milkova 2014. Significance of the study. The Department of Education. This study will be beneficial as reference for the current program of the department regarding the ICT utilization to analyze the needs of the teachers and students that can lead to the improvement of using multimedia and students' engagement. This study will contribute to the development of school performance facilities, students' performance, and standard of the school. This will also help as basis for the implementing to raise curriculum and how to enhance the learning process for the 21st generation of learners. This study will benefit the teachers in terms of teaching strategies. It will help them know new possible strategies of teaching that will engage students' interest in learning instructions. This study will be beneficial for students to be aware of what might be the result of using multimedia as their teacher's new teaching method in accordance with their studies. They will mostly benefit from this study because it will enhance their enthusiasm in learning through multimedia. This study will help the parents to know that their child's performance is in accordance to learning through multimedia. For the future researchers, this study will help them expand their ideas and knowledge of using multimedia as teachers' strategy of teaching and their possible impact on students' academic performance. Methods of research. This thesis followed the approach of descriptive analysis and data collection. Descriptive research has been used for the purpose of this study to identify, clarify, and verify the experience of the respondents in using multimedia to the level of engagements of the learners. Population, sample size, and sampling techniques. The respondents of the study were grade 12 students from Public Senior High School of District 6 of Quezon City. The total of 223 participants were used in the study out of 503 total population using Slovin's formula. By using simple random sampling, participants were selected. The simple method of random sampling was carried out where each member of the population had the same opportunity to become part of the sample. The researcher first identified the population, listed all the members of the population, and then selected members to make the sample to carry out the sampling strategy. To this end, the respondents were given a survey questionnaire in the Likert scale format to answer. Research instrument. Because the survey questionnaire used was the revised one, the experts were consulted. Their comments and suggestions further helped the researcher in polishing the questionnaire. Before the distribution of the instrument, the questionnaire was checked by the experts for revision and was administered to the 30 students of grade 12 senior high school students who were not part of the respondents to examine the relationship of perception in applying multimedia to the interaction of learners. The researchers created a questionnaire. The research instrument is divided into two parts. The part 1, the students' survey provides 12 items to measure the perception on using multimedia as adapted from 1 Ali to 2014. The items utilize a 5-point scale for perception on using multimedia. The mean rating obtained by the sample were converted into qualitative description. Part 2 contains 3 sections related to learners' engagement, affective, behavioral, and cognitive engagement, which are 18 items adopted by Hart, Stewart, and Jemerson of 2011. For the students' answer, a 5-point Likert type scale was used for the survey. For students' level of engagement when multimedia device is being used during class discussion, the mean rating obtained by the sample were converted into qualitative description. Data gathering procedure. The researchers submitted a letter seeking permission to conduct research study to the School Division of Quezon City, particularly in District 6 Senior High School addressed to the school division superintendent. After securing the permit, the approved letter was presented to the school administrators and to the senior high school coordinator where the survey was conducted. After the approval, the researcher administered the copies of approved questionnaire to gather the relevant data from the selected students of grade 12 senior high school in District 6 of Quezon City. The researcher presented the survey to students providing the direction and distributed the survey form or questionnaire to the participants. Collection of the questionnaire was carried out by the researcher. Statistical treatment of data. For accurate statistical treatment of data and in order to achieve in-depth interpretation of the findings, the researcher made use of the following: weighted mean and person product moment correlation coefficient. Weighted means this measure of central tendency was utilized to determine the student's perception in using multimedia and learners' engagement. Person product moment correlation coefficient. This is a linear comparison measure between two variables x and y, which gives a value between positive 1 and negative 1, and is quantity without proportion or unitless. Findings and discussion. Table 2 presents the overall perception of senior high school students as to using multimedia in teaching learning situation. As presented in the table, 12 criteria were rated as agree. However, they neither agree nor disagree in the idea that multimedia is better than a traditional instruction with a weighted mean of 3.46. And multimedia does not create problems in the learning process obtain the weighted mean of 3.26. It can be deduced that the perception on using multimedia amounted to the equivalent of agree based on the grand-weighted mean of 3.83. As revealed by the Table 3, majority of the respondents assessed a statement about the level of effective engagement when multimedia device is being used during the class discussion as highly engaged. However, only one item shows that students disagree not engaged that using multimedia device as tool for learning is boring. This finding is further supported by the computed weighted mean of 2.43. It was found that generally the effective engagement of the students when this is being utilized is highly engaged. As revealed in the table, when multimedia device is being used during classroom discussion, the level of behavioral engagement of the students when this is being utilized is highly engaged. The two highest mean values of 4.04, 3.19 respectively specifically were statements: I try hard to do well in school and I pay attention in class. The two statements which got the lowest and the similar weighted mean of 3.71 were I volunteer to help with school activities and I take an active role in the school activities. It was found that generally the behavioral engagement of the students when this is being utilized is highly engaged. This conclusion is anchored to the computed grand-weighted mean of 3.84. The level of cognitive engagement with multimedia devices being used during the class discussion is the data shown. Furthermore, the lowest two weighted mean are as follows. When I study, I try to connect what I am learning with my own experience. It can be deduced that students are highly engaged. This finding is further solidified by the computed weighted mean of 4.0. When I study, I figure out how the information might be useful in the real world. It can be deduced that students are highly engaged. This finding is further solidified by the computed weighted mean of 4.0. When learning things by school, I often try to associate them with what I learned in school classes about the same or similar things. It can be deduced that students are highly engaged. This finding is further solidified with a computed weighted mean of 3.9. It was found that generally the computed cognitive engagement of the students is higher than the students who participated in the parallel session.
You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets lonely. Now I see violet. I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets lonely. Now I see violet. I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars. The dark gets lonely. Now I see violet. I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars are burnt out. And your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. violet, I can feel silence. In the dark, so that I see when your stars have burnt out, and your heart makes no sound. I found violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky.
Hello? Meron ba? Hello?
Hello. All right. While we are waiting for the advice to start our program, so again, just have your time to relax for a while. And I know that this morning session is a quite uh, busy to every one of us. So in a few minutes, I think our President CEO of Behind Books Publication will advise us to start the program. So again, so have your lunch for a while, or what else that you could comfort yourselves, so to meet so that when we introduce our speakers this afternoon, we are very energized. Okay, we are very happy to meet them. So here we are. We are now have our president of the BBP, Dr. Leonilo. So later on, upon his advice to start the program, anyway, again, I am very much happy to host this program right after of Sir LJ and the rest of the technical working group. Thank you very much for the untiring support for these initiatives for International Multidisciplinary Research Conference. In advance, of course, I am also wanted to prepare our speakers and be ready for a moment. We will start the event or the program. All right. So to our technical team, Dr. Myra and Sir Javen, I know you are ready also this afternoon session. So I think
Sir Rolly.
yes po, Doc Arlene, I received your chat.
Okay, kindly present my PowerPoint later.
Okay po, thank you. No
Thank you very
worries.
much.
Yeah, kumain ka na. Ay, dito talaga tayo nag-usap. So I'm sorry. Once again, to all our participants, to our guests, for this afternoon session, I am preparing you for a minutes, and we will start the program once advised by our president for this initiative of IMRC. All right. So at the moment, let's have a cup of coffee for a while. As like what Dr. Doy, as I saw her, as I saw him rather, na nagkakape na rin. Same with you, Dr. Doy. Cheers. So for our presenters, congratulations in advance and good luck. I know you can do it. I know you can make it.
Doc Rolly, I think we could start.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc, for that advice.
I
All
can
right. Good
see our
afternoon.
guest speaker here.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again to our afternoon session of day 2 in our 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference. So I hope everybody is ready for this afternoon session, though this is just this is very this afternoon is quite a nap for the Philippines people, no napping time. However, we can make it for the rest of the attendees who made this because of their timeline or time their country's time at the moment. So here we go. So good afternoon and welcome once again. So to start our program, I would like also to introduce with you our number 4 or keynote speaker for this day 2. So here we go for his credentials. Dr. Ravindra Pathak is currently working as Associate Professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Medicaps University, Indore, India. He earned his doctorate in Mechanical Engineering from Gyan Vihar University, India. Dr. Pathak owns about 10 global patents and published 45 and more articles in the peer-reviewed international journals and over 20 conference proceedings, and has delivered more than 25 lectures in the international and national conferences. He is also a fellow of the Institutions of Engineers in India, International Engineering and Technology Institute in Hong Kong, India Nuclear Society Assessment Team of Quality Certification in London, World Book of Record in London, South Asian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we're highly honored to present to you our keynote speakers or speaker for this afternoon. Let's give a round of applause or a virtual applause to Dr. Ravindra Pathak.
So thank you very much, sir, for your nice introduction. So today I am just presenting on.
All right, go ahead, Dr. Ravindra.
Yes, sir. So my screen is visible for all, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, brother, we can see. But you can maximize if you want.
So good afternoon. So today I am presenting about that 4D printings and smart materials. So now as we know that this 4D printing now that is the superior part or that is the future aspect of the 3D printing. So as we know that, so outline will be that what is the 4D printing, what are the important technological aspect of 4D printing, what are the smart materials properties and development and future trend analysis of the 4D printing. So in next 10 minutes, I will discuss about that 4D printing. So as we know that, what is the 3D printing? So as we are all know that an additive printing techniques for making 3 dimensions solid objects from a digital files. So as we know that previously, if we need some type of prototype like this car, so what we needed to manufacture this small prototype. So now what is happening? Now with the help of the 3D printing, we can prepare the small prototype and even the small object also. So the 3D printing is now very changing the 21st century product prototype also, and in some parts, like in the space industry, we need the one single part sometimes. So at the time for the manufacturing, this 3D printing is a marvelous. So here that is the and improvised from the rapid prototyping. Okay, so that is the printing technology. Then it will go for the prototyping, and then that is the 3D printing. So this is the based on the first patent published in 1984 under stereography. And then this SLS, selective laser sintering, fusion deposition modeling. So these are all things are related with the 3D printing. So 3D printing is not only started with the fuse deposition modeling, also the advancement of the this stereography, and then prototyping, and then 3D printing. So that is what is the 4D printing. 4D printing, as we know that the 3 dimensions. So 3 dimensions, that is very easy. That we can go for the printing and we can get the any solid objective of anything. So that basically that is the 3 dimensions. So now we are proposing that the fourth dimension is time, and that over time static objects will transform and adapt. So what's happening? Happening is that previously we are working on the 3D printing. Suppose if you have any object, any digital file, then you will insert into the printer and you will get the printout. Then what is happening? This is the another phenomena which is added into the printing, that is the time phenomena. After some times, this object will change his dimension. This object will change the size also. So here I taken from this, the rigid material becomes a structure, and the other layer is the force that can be start bending and twisting it. Imagine water types then can expand to cope with the different capacities or flow and save digging up the street. So here what is happening, this material is also working with the time phenomena. So what is the overview of the 4D objects? So that is some materials change physical property upon energy input. Material expands upon heat. Material bend upon electric energy. So for this, I want to give the one easy example. Suppose if you have any object that is a plastic material, okay, and after sometimes if you will give the heat also, then it can be changed the its dimensions also, its shape also. So that is the basically phenomena which is associated with the 4D object. So here there is three things: smart material, energy sources, and then precise positioning control. So these three things will be convert the three-dimensional printing into the fourth dimension. So here the printing sense current, electromagnetic waves, and arrange transformative material into the precise angle position by the 3D printer. So this is the 4D object. So here you can see that the important aspect of the 4D printing. In 4D printing, first of all, we need that simulation software. So as an engineer or as a manufacturer, as an academician, we know that now some softwares are available by which you can convert, you can print, you can design anything by only the software. So here some simulation software like Autodesk, Katia, some open source software also available. So these all are softwares. What is doing? They are converting your two-dimensional drawing, your two-dimensional design into the 3 dimension. And by this simulation software only, you can get the digital file into the 3 dimension. So this is the basically phenomena which is associated with the 4D printing.
Excuse me for a while. May I interrupt? Dr. Speaker, Dr. Ravindra. All right. You have unmute already. All right.
Can I
Go
start?
ahead, Doc. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, some actually internet problem. Okay, sir. So here that is a combination of three things: smart materials, multi printers, and simulation software. So as we know that this is the simulation software. This Cyborg 40 simulation software. So Cyborg, that is a digital design platform applications for nano scale to the human scale. This software allows to simulated self-assembly and programmable material as well as optimization of design constraint and joint folding. So here, what is the new things in this 4 dimension? Is this 4 dimension what we are doing? Whatever we are getting into the 3D printing, whatever we are getting the solid object, that will be after some times it will be changed. Okay, it will be simulated. That is the programmer material. Means after some times due to the property of this material, the shape and size of this will be the change. So what are the smart materials basically? So smart materials are design materials that have immediately change in a controlled fashion by external simulation, such as stress, temperature, moisture, pH, electric or magnetic field. So here I want to give the one example is like that. Suppose if you have any magnetic material, okay. So magnetic material. So if you will not in touch into the suppose ferrous alloy or steel, then it will be not affect. Okay. If you will simple electric material on the wood, then it will be not react. But whenever it comes into the magnetic field, then it will be react. So same like that, here in this 4D printing, we will use the smart. So smart material means doesn't something new. So here something can be controlled by stress, temperature, moisture, electric and magnetic fields. Suppose I given the example of plastic. Okay, if you will provide the heat to the plastic material, then its shape and size will be changed. So what are the roadmap of the smart materials? So here in 4D printing, the main important thing is that what is the smart material? Because without the material, you cannot be produce anything. So major role into the 4D printing is the smart material. So here this R&D activity on transformative material is still in early phase because now we are doing the working on the 3 dimensions and the 4th dimension is the future trend. We are working on that in developed country like in US, okay, in China, in Russia, they are working on that material only in the missile technology and the space technology. But here also that is something materials like piezoelectric we are using from long time. Ceramic materials, polymer materials, carbon nanotubes. So these things which we are using in the another field, now we are going to change according to the suitability of the 4D printing. Here, that is another important thing, that is the self-healing material. So what is the self? As we know that by this word, self-healing. So self-healing material in a historical perspective, if you see, the state of stone bridges and aqueducts from a Roman age is still quite good, despite the fact that they have been there for centuries. Okay. So here the secret is in mortar based on volcanic ash and time. So here now we are just taking the example of this material. What material you are using in any manufacturing, in any production, if this material is good and if material can be reproduced, reheating self, then what will happen? What the product, what the things you are manufacturing, that will be also like the self-healing. Okay, so here you can see that the one examples, the ancient Romans used in the construction of to glue the bricks together. So lime dissolved in rain, water and can seep to the cracks. When the water vaporizes, the lime deposit inside the crack. So here you can see the one example of the self-healing material. So if you will provide some material or mix into the main material, then what will happen? The things will be self-heal. So this property, this our ancient historical phenomena, now we are using in the self-healing process. So that is the one example of the self-healing material. So if we will produce the same thing into our product, then it will be how can we use that? So here you can see that is the one another example, that is the self-healing smartphone. So that is the one LG smartphone which is the curved and has a self-healing polymer coating on the back. So here you can see that like this phenomena, self-healing properties material. So this self-healing material, if we will use into the smartphone, here that is also one example where this self-healing material is using, then what will be happen? Then your life of the product will be increased. Okay, so now where the main or major phenomena, major material things is using, this is in the space technology. Okay, like we know the Mars mission. Okay, so here we cannot be go for the repair. So at that time we need this self-healing material. So here you can see that how do self-healing materials work. So here that is the one is activation phase. Another thing is this transportation phase, and third thing is the repair phase. So this is the new venture. This is the new destination of the smart material. Here you can see that is the chemical repair, transport, actual triggering damage. Then you can see that is another cycle, that is the biological route. Okay, by that the material can be self-healing. So that is the smart material. So here we can see that I'm not going into the depth, but here that is the different approaches of the self-healing. Okay, so here there is one capsular based, one vascular, and one interstitial. So as a layman, if I will say that they are the different technology, they are the different method. So here that is the one thing is that the fibers. Okay, another thing is that the thermal reversible actions. But what is the ultimate aim of that? Ultimate aim of that, this material can be self-heal, or they can be just repair self. Okay, so here that is the one example, that is the development of self-healing polymers, because according to the requirement we need to develop the new materials by the different healing approaches. So now continuously working on the self-healing polymers, so we can produce, we can manufacture, we can just produce the new type of material. So here that is the one properties of self-healing material. So material performance as a function of time. So traditional materials only accumulate damage and fail after a certain period of use. So as we know that after some times in any things, if we will use, then after some times this material will be get degraded and ultimately the finish. But self-healing material, after some times it will be self-repair. So what is the potential application? Why we are doing this, working on the 4D printing and the smart material? Because now we are going for the big infrastructure into the space. For our next missions, we need to one space center in between the moon and the earth. So at the time we need to self-healing material, we need to produce the product very fastly. Okay, so we need this 4D printing and we need this smart material. So that is the benefit in environment and condition where SS for manual repair. So if you will go for the manual repair, then it will be not easy for us. Okay, then another thing is that the self-healing polymers. So yet to achieve high healing efficiency, maximum efficiency 80% achieved by thermoset composition. Then this is the lots of applications of the 4D printing and smart material, but in the area of the space, the things is the important. So here that is the one example, how do the smart metal alloy work. So here you can see that by the heating, the structure will be changed, by the cooling will be the structure will be changed, then according to that, this metal can be worked. So here there is a one example of aircraft. Okay, so overcome limitations of current flight technology, this geometry of lifting surface to pilot input and different flight conditions. So that is the one another example of the aircraft by which this smart material 4D printing is used. By only the change in design, by the change of the only material, the things is changed. Here that is the one example is that the dielectric elastomer. So that is also the one smart material which can be used for the 4D printing. So here that is a highly efficient electric energy to mechanical energy. So this dielectric elastomer can be convert the electrical energy into the mechanical energy, and that will be the useful. So what are the further applications of smart materials? So here we know that this industrial manufacturing, healthcare, robotics, consumer, military, automobile, aerospace. So everywhere we need to smart material because we need to reduce the repair, we need to improve the quality, and we need to improve the our operational capability. So all these things we can analyze only, we can use by the smart materials. So here that is the one, robotics. So if we will use this smart material into the present robotics, then we can prepare the more humanoid robot. Currently, robot systems are very rigid due to the mechanical property of motors, gears. But if we use this transformative materials, then that will be the big achievement in the age of our 21st century. So here that is the current state of technology. 4D printing is novel advancement of the 3D printing technology. So now the 4D printing is not in completely use. We are working on different material, and whenever we can get the good material, we can, then this technology can be used. So here lots of applications. As I told you that here in electronics, here in industrial automobile, here in consumer applications, there are different areas where the applications of this printing technology is slowly increasing, and it will be useful for the product life. So here, that is the my key conclusion of my presentation. First thing is that emerging market potential. As a researcher, that is the very important thing is that so 4D printing technology is expected to significantly increase the efficiency of the manufacturing process and increasing the capability to produce complex part and products. So as I told you, we need to specific one product sometimes, we need to specific product for special material, so then we need to do this special type of product. And by this 4D printing technology, that is very easy. Second thing is that evolving ecosystem. Okay, so this 4D printing technology is a range of industrial sectors, research laboratories, universities. Okay, so this is also we need to do more research on this 4D technology. Then technology side, the 4D printing technology is still on early phase of as-curve dominant hardware and software architecture yet to be established. So that is the key conclusion of my this presentation is that now we are working on the 3D printing, 3D printer. We are getting the good products from the 3D printer, but for the further application, we need to 3D printing plus smart materials like self-healing materials. If we will use this technology and we will adopt the 4D printing, then we can get the something new which will be useful for the human lives. So thank you very much. If any questions, then I'm available.
Thank you very much to our dear speaker. And you know what? Your research is really amazing, and this is really timely for this generation, and of course for this pandemic in regards with the 4D printing technologians, self-healing materials. And with that, Doctor, I would like to give you a virtual applause. So here we go. Congratulations, Dr. Robindra, and I know that every one of us is quite amazing and challenged with your presentation. And with that, once again, God bless you and keep on moving forward in giving us the new innovations with regards of the technologies. And now let us now move on to the presentation of your certificate. Thank you very much, Dr. Myra. Dr. Ravindra, we are glad and honored to present to you the certificate of recognition, of course, given by the Beyond Books publication of Macabebe, Pampanga, Philippines. This 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference and Certificate of Recognition award to you, Dr. Ravindra Patak, for sharing your time and expertise as keynote speaker in the 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference, with a team crossing behind digital borders amidst emerging paradigms via Zoom. Given this ninth day of April 2021, signed by Joel and De La Cruz, our co-chair for this conference, and Dr. Leonilo B. Capulso, our president and CEO for PBB. Once again, Dr. Ravindra, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muni,
Congratulations,
and
my
thank you
friend.
very much, Leonilo and your team for inviting me into this conference. And that is a great pleasure for us from Medicaps University. Also, we are very thankful for your, amazing this organization. Thank you very
Dr.
much, everybody.
Rolly,
Yes, po.
can we have a group picture with Dr. Ravindra? Can we ask our participants if you can
Okay.
open your camera?
May we request all the people over here, the Zoom, to please open your cam for the photo opportunity together with our speaker. So give your best smile. Okay, give your best smiles and your poise in front of the camera. Okay, in a count of three, Doc Doy, maybe you can
Okay.
proceed with the
Sure, Doc.
photo of
Okay.
three.
Can we have
All right. So there are some of us still, their
one
cameras
more because we
still
have
off.
another one in another panel. Okay, one
Okay.
more. Please have a smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Thank you,
Thank you,
Medicaps University.
Doctor. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. We are all beautiful and handsome. I'm very confused if I will tell myself that I am beautiful or handsome. Anyway. Anyway, let's move on to our presentation of our next keynote speaker. I'm very glad to present to you our distinguished speakers for this afternoon. So here we go. Let us now start for our second speaker. Our second speaker, she is a managing partner of the Kanti Suites, director of the Kanti Suites private, all right, director of the Kanti Suites India, director of the Kanti Club or Kanti Love Services, founding member and secretary of the Kanti RPS Memorial Trust, Karnataka State Women President, International Human Rights Association, President of the Bangalore South Asian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, National President of the Food and Nutrition Council, President of the Bangalore World Book of Records, National Head of the Center for Women Empowerment and Financial Gender Parity, Ambassador of the Commonwealth Entrepreneur Club, a self-motivated and resourceful managing partner with a proven ability to develop and strengthen teams in order to maximize company profitability and efficiency. 2 decades of experiences in heading Quezon City team, or QC team, and ensured the products adhere to highest quality standards. Involved in planning and organizing the organization's activities to achieve targets, reviewing, refining, and developing the strategy and direction of the company, developing business plans and preparing comprehensive business reports. And of course, none other than, of course, with the following awards: the Pride of India Award, Indu, United Kingdom Cultural Forum, London International Awardee, Global Leaders and Educators Award of 2021, Women Influencers of 21st Century Insight Success Magazine, winner all over 40 from the Set of People TV in 2021, the Most Admired Global Indians 2020 of Passion Vista, the Best Woman Performer in Sweet Industry, International Inspirational Women Awards, Excellence in Women Entrepreneurship, National Women's Leadership Award of 2020, Most Successful Woman Entrepreneur or entrepreneur for Best Sweets and Bakery Chain in India Icon Awards in 2019. Outstanding Entrepreneur South India Women Achievement Awards or Achievers Awards in 2019. Global Women Empowerment Award of 2019 and nominated 4 times. She Unlimited Entrepreneur Award of 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished speaker with a topic sustainable development in the context of environment protection. Let's give a virtual applause to Ms. Shika Sharma of Bangalore, Karnataka, India. All right, Ms. Shika.
Doc, we are still waiting for her. I think she's not yet in the Zoom. While she's not, we can do some announcements while waiting for our plenary speaker.
So while we are waiting for the coming of our speaker, I would like to remind everybody that our presentation, particularly to our presenters this afternoon session. So here we go. I will share the screen for the all right. So here we go for the best research paper evaluation form. So I know you are familiar with this. Since yesterday, we are flashing this one. But anyway, I would like to remind every presenters to understand each of the criteria for the best research paper evaluation form. So the originality is 40%. This is composed of the original ideas in the study and how it advances the previous research in this study. Originality of contribution to the existing knowledge with an emphasis on the papers. Innovativeness in both theory, development, and methodology used in the study. And that was a big percent, which is composed of 40%. Again, we have also the significance impact of the work waiting for 30%. Okay, does this work make any significant practical contributions? The impact of this research on work, on economy, and on society, that was 30%. The quality of argument, weighing of 20%. These are composed of the following: the quality of arguments incorporating with a critical analysis of concepts, theories, and findings, consistency and coherency of the debate. So again, that was 20%. And lastly, of course, the writing style, weighing 10%, the quality of writing style in terms of accuracy, clarity, readability, organization, and formatting of the paper. All right, so those composed of the 100% weighing scale score. So let us now proceed with the next grade. This is the formula that we are using, or the tool that we are using in scoring your presentations with research paper presentation. How about the rubrics for evaluating abstract? Here we go. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 abstract key results, wherein the 3-point scale score is used. So you will observe what are the criteria to judge. It depends on the key results that we have, from 0 points, 1 point, 2 points, and 3 points. So I know that you are very familiar with this before you prepared your presentation. All right. So I hope this is made you clear for the criteria for judging. Thank you very much. So I think I need to close this presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Rolly, I think our presenter, our keynote speaker is here. Can we introduce her a little bit more?
All right.
Very short.
All right. Wow, our next speaker is quite beautiful like me. And I think we have to present her now. So here we go. So okay. So our Our next keynote speaker, once again, a managing partner, a director of the Kanti Suites India, RPS LLP, the founding member and secretary of the Kanti RPS Memorial Trust, the president of the Bangalore South Asian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the national president of the Food and Nutrition Council, the president Bangalore World Book of Records, and the national head for Center for Women Empowerment and Financial Gender Parity. And lastly, of course, she's also the ambassador of the Commonwealth Entrepreneur Club. With all regards of her credentials, is the Pride of India Award from United Kingdom, International Award for Global Leaders and Educators Award, the Women Influencer of 21st Century Insight Success Magazine, the Most Admired Global Indians 2020 of the Passion Vista, the Best Women Performer in Sweet Pastry, and of course, she is also an excellence in women entrepreneurship in the last National Women's Leadership Award of 2020 with the most successful woman entrepreneur for Best Sweets and Bakery Chain from India Icon Awards of 2019. Of course, with honor and happy to present our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round or a virtual applause to our speaker, Ms. Shika Sharma. Good afternoon, Ms. Shika.
Hello, everyone. Namaste from India.
Namaste.
Namaste. I'm living in Bangalore currently, and we have around 86 outlet chains of Kanti Sweets in Bangalore. And today I would like to thank the organizers Beyond Book Publications Philippines, all the collaborators, Medicaps University India, Witty Gossip India, and my special mention for thanks to Dr. Supriya Pathak for having me here on this prestigious platform, and all the other fellow keynote speakers, moderators, and all the participants from across the world. It is indeed an honor to be here amongst all of you. Today, I would say my topic is sustainable development in context of environmental protection. And I would like to mention here that Maya Angelou said, I have learned that making a living is not the same thing as making a life. I have learned that life sometimes gives you a second chance. I have learned that you shouldn't go through life with a catcher's mitt on both hands. You need to be able to throw something back. And we live in a world today where we are facing an adverse problem of environmental sustainability. Global markets where multinational corporations operate in 190 countries and territories, acting in accordance with single strategic vision of maximizing shareholders' value over the short term, where social and environmental sustainability is undermined. Therefore, people are adversely affected by environmental degradation due to accelerated globalization. Inequality and migration are putting serious pressure on social cohesion, shattering local institutions, and raising bars of social safety nets. With technology coming in, AI, IoT, robotics, there is a fear that there will be a wave of job destruction, which are the two most burning issues in the world. Hence, essence of sustainability is to focus on climate change. The UN Global Impact is the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative announced by Kofi Annan at WEF, which is the World Economic Forum, on 31st January 1999. And officially it was launched at UN headquarters in New York City on 26 July 2000, intended as a practices challenge to business communities in long-term interest to align business systems with values, adopt precautionary principles of responsible investment, and promote anti-corruption. It is the largest corporate initiative where representatives address dilemmas, identify and share best practices in supply chain, and harbor responsibility and accountability for committed sustainable action. Reduce the carbon footprints to its maximum potential. Leading companies are aware of the fact that current situation is not sustainable, and we need to come up with competitive business model. Some CEOs intuitively understand the fact that how critical and crucial cooperative action is to invoke purpose beyond simply maximizing profits and address world's largest problem. When a company announces its purpose and value, I'm sorry, just for a second. So I would say when a company announces purpose and values, but the words do not govern the behavior of senior citizenship and leadership, they ring hollow. Everyone recognizes hypocrisy. Hence, execution process can become a real business issue and does harm. Therefore, it is important to create synergies to work collaboratively and cooperatively with an aim to create brand transparency, trigger financial fund consideration, and communicate implementation of strategies, design, and enforce industrial regulations to overcome infractions and make a leap to cooperative action to redefine sustainable and responsible organization, which has solutions to recycle the waste generated and identify transformation initiatives, recycle of waste into products that can be reused, which is a large business opportunity in future, establish feasible and desirable sustainable cultural change to reduce depletion of valuable limited resources, including our forest, green cover, our coal, which is depleting day by day, and also impose restrictions on their irresponsible actions. It also includes agility, risk management, and broaden the success criteria beyond cost and service in supply chains and progress towards circular goals. Innovation is needed to create new products or business models that help to disrupt existing markets with better distribution model. We have to integrate vision and social with environmental responsibilities is a key to track impact on society and communities in which business operates and its own governance systems, which impacts the entire industry and it demands the switch to high performance. ESG metrics is a potential route to help give a holistic view of the company's operations, including accountability to societal impact, and help investors to build better value firms that invest in addressing global problems through viable and quantifiable metrics. I would also like to mention that my understanding of sustainability concept is spreading wings into my personal and professional life completely because I feel energized, I feel enthralled and deeply committed to implementing this novel practice regularly in all spheres of my life. Being a part of food manufacturing and retailing industry, it is also important for me to analyze the operational strategy, control wastage in food supply chain, determine proper waste disposal methods, thus creating value to the society through consistent growth and making my business a sustainable model to allow ecosystems to thrive around it. also learned in global case studies of Lipton, of Walmart, which has also motivated me to think and act on similar lines to set up an R&D in food technology for innovating traditional sweets with nutritional supplements specific to particular age groups, and collaborate with institutes of eminence which can be distributed in midday meals, rehabilitation centers, poor communities, or rag pickers for complementing their daily nutritional requirements. On similar lines, during COVID pandemic, we have also developed spirulina chicky, which is an immunity booster food under the guidance from Central Food Technology Research Institute, which is a reputed Government of India institution for the benefit of society during those precarious times. Our firm has also received the prestigious award by Quality Council of India. It initially sounded difficult to create a project which is based on sustainable practices in manufacturing of sweets and savories. But with constant research and intensive study of our processes with associates and quality control team, we were able to successfully submit our project and also receive the Gold Award. I thought I shouldn't have picked it in first place, but to prove the industry that we are doing things differently and sustainably, I encouraged my team to work collaboratively. I would contribute the success to the teamwork, common goal realization, and close association with the company for many years, where there is a culture of cooperation and feeling of belongingness towards the firm's objectives. And therefore, I take this opportunity, being a national and international platform, to urge everyone to see that whatever we do, the daily activities, we must think about the sustainability and how to protect the environment and stop using the resources as if there is no tomorrow. We have to leave a sustainable, responsible world for our generations to come. And thank you so much for the organizers for having me here. And I really hope that I have added some value to this conference. And I would also request everyone to work towards non-depletion of natural resources and create a sustained competitive challenge for the days and the years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our dear Ms. Shika Sharma for the wonderful presentations in loving the environment. Of course, we learned a lot from you with regards of the sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Shika, you're so beautiful.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. I always
all
believe.
right. So I have the chance. I am only beholder. Anyway, thank you very much to our very lovely Shika Sharma for
Thank you,
sharing her expertise, of course, with the knowledge that we are gained this afternoon with the sustainability of the development in the context of environment protection. Once again, you deserve a virtual clap, our dear Shima.
Thank you.
Shika.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, of course, let us now proceed to the awarding of certificate for Ms. Shika Sharma. Thank you, Dr. Myra Flores. Ms. Shika Sharma, the Behind Books publication of Macabebe, Pampanga, Philippines, during this 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference. This award of your certificate of recognition presented to you, Ms. Shika Sharma. Pwede pong natin, hindi po masyadong mabasa. I'm sorry for interruption, Dr. Myra. Please adjust our screen.
Maximize, Doc. Please maximize.
Maximize our screen.
Thank
All
you for
right.
this honor and privilege. Thank you very much.
We are more honored, Miss Shika. We are more honored and blessed of your beautiful learnings. All right, so Ms. Shika Sharma, please accept the certificate of recognition in sharing your expertise and time amidst of the pandemic as our keynote speaker this afternoon in the 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference with a theme Crossing Beyond Digital Borders amidst emerging paradigms via Zoom. Given this 9th day of April via Zoom, Year of the Lord 2021, signed by Joel and De La Cruz, our co-chair for this conference, and Dr. Leonilo B. Capulso, our president and CEO of the Beyond Books publication. Thank you very much once again.
Dr. Rolly, can we again ask for a group picture with our plenary speaker, Ms. Shika Sharma and the rest? If our plenary speaker is still here, everybody, you may please open your camera so that we have a group picture.
Okay, may we request everybody who are in the group or in the chat room or in the Zoom to please open your cam for a wow. So they are very gorgeous. They are all beautiful and handsome.
Okay, everybody at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. One more for another panel because we have 2 panels. One more. Everybody please smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Shika. Thank you, Dr. Supriya, for inviting for us Miss Shika Sharma. So Witty Gossips is very much active in collaborating with Beyond Books publication, with Medicaps University, and our other speaker. We would like also to recognize Dr. Pandey from Nepal, who just joined us. So I think we could have another picture with him. Yep. Welcome, Dr. Pandey. So one more.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So
if you could still open your camera. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again to our dear speakers, Dr. Ravindra and Ms. Shika. God bless you and keep safe. And let's now proceed with our parallel sessions break. So with this, before we proceed to our session or breakout rooms, I would like to call on, of course, our co-chair, Dr. Joel and De La Cruz, to give us the activities, announcement of the activities for tomorrow. Dr. Joel?
Probably while Doc Joel is still on the line, just would like to remind our participants who are also awardees for tomorrow's awarding, Dr. Pandis here and the rest of the plenary speakers. Our time is we will start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But my main concern is after the awarding, you please give us 1 week, at least 1 week to finalize all the plaques and the medals. Because of COVID-19, there is a difficulty sometimes of trying to transact with our collaborators and other things that we need to finalize, particularly with our. So as to the details of the shipping of your plaques, we will be posting them in our Facebook group. So please make it a point to visit our Facebook group for the rest of the details. As to the program, Attorney Joel will be the one to explain the flow of activity tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leonilo. And now it's your turn, our dear attorney, Joel De La Cruz.
Thank you very much, Doc Rolly. Okay, so I'd like first to thanks to our distinguished and esteemed international speakers for this afternoon. So we have Dr. Rabindra Patak of Medicaps University, India, who discussed with us the 4D printing technologies, self-healing materials, as well as Mom is Matt Zarini from the Department of English, University of Asia Pacific, Bangladesh, who discussed the qualitative research in social linguistics, and Miss Shika Sharma, the CEO of Kanti Sweets Bangalore, Karnataka, India, who shared with us her topic on sustainable development in the context of environmental protection. So, to our presenters this afternoon, I think everyone has already informed of their parallel sessions. So for the parallel session 8 and 9 this afternoon, it was the parallel session 8 and 9 were combined as to one. So parallel session, the presenters for parallel session 8 and 9 will be merged to parallel session 8. Then for the parallel session 9, it is for those who failed to present their paper yesterday. The parallel session 9 is created for to give chance and for the presenters who have technical glitches in their signal yesterday. So still this afternoon, we will have two parallel sessions, parallel 8 and 9. And we are requesting our participants to change your Zoom name with the format given by our IT team. And for tomorrow's activity, we have the awarding of the Global Leaders and Educators Award. So as made mention by the President and CEO of BPP, Dr. Capulso, we are also inviting our plenary speakers for day 1 and 2. They will also receive the awards for Global Leaders, Global Leaders Excellence in Leadership Award. For the flow of the day 3 activity, that is for the awarding of the Global Leaders Educators Award. So we will start the online registration at 12:30 to 1 p.m. That is for the registration. Then at exactly 1:01 to 1:20 p.m. So this will be the AVP presentation of the host country, and to be followed by the welcome address of our President, CEO of the BVP. Then for the readings of the rationale and giving of criteria for judging for all our awardees, from 1:21 to 1:35 Philippine Standard Time, it will be presented by yours truly, and to be followed by the inspirational message by the Department of Education Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction. We have Dr. Diosdado M. San Antonio to join with us tomorrow's event. Then the sequence of the awarding. So for all the awardees for the Global Leaders and Educators Award, you can check your names at the FB page of Beyond Books publication. So the full list of Global Leaders and Educators Award are posted in our FB page. So you can check your name. And if you didn't find your name there, so you can contact us. The details of the contact numbers and the emails of the organizers are also indicated in the post. So we will have also or the program will also be graced by another distinguished guest, and in the person of Sir Ryan Habitan Human, the author of the Basa Balsa, which also won the prize, the Global Prize Teacher Award in different countries. So with that, we thank all the presenters for this 2-day research conference, and we are also encouraging all presenters um, to have your paper published in the International Journal of Advanced Multidisciplinary Studies, or the IJAM. So we will keep you posted if you are interested to publish your paper in our journal. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining with us in this 2-day conference. Sir Rolly.
Thank you very much to you, Attorney Joel De La Cruz, for that information. Once again, our Attorney Joel De La Cruz is our co-chairman for this conference. So once again, I would like to recall what he said. For our session 8 and 9, you are going to merge. These are the following persons: Janice T. Bautista, Sheila Marie Castillo, Gloria Fiancia, Catalina D. Tobio, Dr. Mark Anthony Duranya, Dr. Jonathan Bourbon, Dr. Crisanto Avila, Mary Ann Carag, and Princess Warlin Moyo, and of course, the last but not the least, Reynante Safera. Okay, 8 and 9 will be merged for session 8. Okay, so those are our parallel sessions this afternoon. All right, so good luck, everyone, to all our presenters. Best wishes. Though you are not getting married, but best wishes. Anyway, congratulations to our speakers from day 1 to day 2, and to our presenters who made it, and for our presenters this afternoon, good luck. Thank you very much, and you may now proceed to our session room, or breakout rooms rather. Anyway, I just want to say, or I just want to inform you that we are no longer go back to our mainstream after your presentation in your breakout rooms. So therefore, it means that we will see each other again by tomorrow for the awarding, as what Attorney Joel said earlier. So once again, see you tomorrow in our awarding for day 3. Thank you very much, and God bless us all. Keep safe. You may now proceed to your breakout rooms.
Sir Rolly.
Hi, Dr. Arlene. I'm very sorry.
Yes,
Yes.
I will stay for a while here in the mainstream so that I can assist other participants together with Ma'am Yvette. Okay po.
All right.
Then I will follow you on parallel session 8.
All right. For everyone who are queries, kindly chat or voice out your concern to Dr. Arlene Carlos. And also, I will now joining the session for the parallel session. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Okay, sir. I will follow you later.
A pleasant day to each and everyone. So, before anything else, allow me first to introduce to you myself. I am Mark Anthony Adarana, a public senior high school teacher at the Schools Division of Rojas City, detailed at Inzo Arnaldo Village Integrated School. But before we finally go to the meat of my study, to the meat of this academic work of mine, allow me first to share to you my main inspiration why I have conducted this study. Primarily, the main purpose of this is to at least give you a bird's eye view of the mental health condition of the youth in times of the pandemic. As a mental health advocate, at the same time, an advocate for youth empowerment, we cannot deny the fact that the youth are considered to be one of the most vulnerable groups in our society nowadays. And they have experienced a lot in this unprecedented time. So allow me to share to you the fruits of my academic work with this research study entitled Psychosocial Impact of COVID-19 Crisis to the Young People in the South. So the outbreak of the novel coronavirus, formerly known as the 2019 nCoV, then formerly labeled by the World Health Organization in 2020 when it was declared as a pandemic as a severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, has dominated the headlines throughout the world from 2019 where the first case was noted, and in 2020 when it was declared as a pandemic and until now. As to the time of writing, the number of COVID-19 cases continues to rise, as well as the number of deaths. Like for instance, here in the Philippines, the Department of Health reported more than 500,000 as of the same date, and we are currently increasing as of the moment. Among the most affected group in this time of pandemic, most especially during the period where the quarantine was strictly instituted way back in 2020, from the months of March up to the months of May, were the adolescents. The COVID-19 outbreak and the lockdown that was implemented may have multiple effects on the lives of adolescents, especially on their psychosocial well-being. Such, for instance, Gessom in 2020 articulated that consequences include chronic and acute stress, worry for their families, unexpected bereavements, sudden school break, and home confinement in many countries, knowing the fact that most of the schools during that time were shuttered. And also, there is a noted increased time of access to the internet and social media by this particular age group. And worry for the economic future of their family and the country, knowing the fact also that during that time, economic instability is very dominant. These consequences may be correlated with their experience of unprecedented interruptions to their daily lives. In the Philippines, U-Report in 2020 gave us a glimpse of what is happening in the ground, especially in the National Capital Region and in Mindanao. That during the quarantine, majority of the adolescents, which accounts to 56% from the total respondents that they have, felt worried, and a portion of them were scared. And weeks after, significantly, the same survey showed that 31% of these adolescent and youth were still worried, which is still a high number, while 29% were sad and 18% were calm on the other hand. When asked about what they feel or why they feel that way, 22% of them told that it is due to the uncertainty of going back to the school, while 16% were concerned about the limited financial resources of their family, which talks about their economic stability, and 13% were uncertain of getting employed. Significantly, this number or majority of these adolescents and youth have observed changes in their moods during the last 2 weeks in quarantine. The fact that they are staying at home most of the time because of this limited movement, because of these movement restrictions that is being instituted by every local government unit, while 31% on the other hand have doesn't experience it at all. Because of this certain conditions that is experiencing by our youth in the time of pandemic, it prompted me and together with my team to conduct this study. So it rests on the research or on the descriptive research design that utilizes survey as a form of gathering the data needed. So we have commissioned youth volunteers across uh, the island region of Visayas to help us in conducting this study. So the respondents of the study were 224 youth ages from 13 to 22 years old as our enclosure group coming from the island group of the Visayas, and the respondents were randomly selected to represent the 16 provinces, which includes two highly urbanized cities, which is Iloilo and Cebu City in the Visayas. They represent the three regions, Region 6, Western Visayas, Region 7, Central Visayas, and Region 8, Eastern Visayas. And the study basically used this what we call hedge tool. I know every one of you or some of you are not yet familiar with this hedge tool. So hedge tool is a kind of screening tool that is being advocated by UNICEF that assess the risks that can be used for adolescents. So HEADS is a kind of a acronym that represents a different aspect of the psychosocial condition or psychosocial status of a particular adolescent. It provides a systematic approach to the adolescent interview, progressing from the least threatening, such as their household structure, their educational experience, their employment experience, at the same time going to the topic that are considered to be most personal and sensitive, such as their suicidal thoughts, their relationship, and also their sexual activity. More so, this HEADS tool was instituted or was administered using a phone call, since we have commissioned youth volunteers across the island region. More so, aside from using a phone call to collect those data that is needed using the HEADS tool, we also utilize several social media platforms to really collect at the same time to have that meet and rich and vast source of data for our interpretation later on. So after the conduct of the study, we are able to come up with this result. So first and foremost, I'll be going to present to you the demographics of our respondents. So most of them came from Region 6 or Western Visayas, wherein the average age of the respondents is between 17 to 21 years old, very adolescent. And on the sex aspect, on the other hand, uh, slightly it is dominated by the female, but looking at the ratio, they're almost equal at the same size or at the same time rather. While on the other hand, family size, most of them or majority came from a medium-sized family, which is around 3 to 5 members within the household. On the other hand, their civil status or marital status is single, and majority of them are Christians, and a number came from the Muslim or Islam sector. While on the other hand, the status or the educational status of our respondents, most of them are in school youth, wherein significantly the number came from high school, whereas 9.6 of them are out of school youth. Okay. So to note, 62.9% claim that they do not significantly felt sad during the quarantine period, which is opposite on the findings of you report, wherein majority of the respondents felt sad at the same time, worried during the time of the pandemic, which happens to be in the Mindanao and the National Capital Region area. Meanwhile, 12.9% of the adolescent was assessed to be at risk of developing depressions, where chances are higher to male participants with the age range of more than 22 years old. This means that based on the study, during the time of the quarantine, depression is very significantly seen, or the possibility of at least of developing depression was significantly seen in the male population. On the other hand, 6.7% of them claim that they were physically or emotionally hurt during the past 4 weeks, which covers the period of May 2020 in the height of your quarantine restrictions that was instituted on these selected areas. While on the other hand, 4%, which is a significant number, think that they wish that they are dead. Data also revealed that given the period of quarantine, 4.9% of the participants has a suicidal thoughts, which is a very large number considering that almost 5% of the total population felt that they have this kind of thoughts and ideation at them. On the other hand, 2.2% has attempted to commit suicide but failed to, or just what we call this one, attempted suicide acquisitions, in which the rate of the risk of commission is equal for both sexes. Other studies will suggest that suicidal commission is usually common on males, no, or female rather, whereas the successful attempt is accounted to male. But on this study, we saw that the rate of commission, the possibility of commission of suicide, no, is equal for both sexes, male and female. Common reasons includes anxiety, hopelessness, and extreme sadness, which are very evident and eminent during the time of the quarantine period. Looking at the situation in the respective homes, it is significant to note that most of them felt comfortable in staying at home during the quarantine period, which is from March to May as the study goes. And majority of them, or 96.9%, claim that they are. And the presence of the family members in their homes plays a significant role in their coping in the time of the pandemic. So we see here the very essence of having a good family dynamics. Since most of the respondents are students, most of them felt sad during the disruption of classes because this is outside in the context of their usual day-to-day activity, while the rest felt either angry, frustrated, and happy. And if they are asked if they wanted to allow the opening of the school year in 2021, which was done last October, so majority of them agree that it's better to open the school year in 2021, or either way, when the vaccine is already ready and the vaccination program is underway and when the situation is under control. Whereas 21.9% disagrees with the implementation of online teaching. On the other hand, 66.1% agree. Common reason why there is a disagreement because of the existence of digital divide. Most of them doesn't have, or those individuals or those respondents who said that they are not into online learning and teaching because the fact that they are experiencing or having hard time to have an access to internet connectivity, at the same time because of the lackness or lack of ICT tools that will aid the teaching and learning process. The pandemic is characterized by movement restriction due to health protocols that is implemented in various communities. Hence, during the period of May to July 2020, 80.4% of the adolescents are actively engaged in body exercise, in which if going to check during those time, no, social media tells us that most of the adolescents are utilizing or are fond of using TikTok as a way to cope. More so, this is their own way of coping, as I have said. And since most of their time they are confined in their houses, so there's no any movement. So for them to really ventilate the need to go along, so they have utilized this possible activity. When asked about the negative impact of the quarantine to their daily activities, majority of them claim that the impact is only less observed. It is not significantly affected, and more so as part of the activities of the adolescents, their food intake, 95.6% claim that they have enough food supply. And moreover, 91.5% claims that their food supply in their home is enough to sustain the whole family members during the time of the pandemic. It is also interesting to note that 5.8% experiences missing meal. And the most common reason why they miss meal is either they lack appetite or because of this irregular sleep pattern. Because if we're going to look back in retrospect, during the time of the pandemic, we don't have that certain structure, the common structure that we usually follow in our day-to-day living in pre-pandemic era. So there are drastic changes. That's the reason that our learner or our youth also, what we call this one, adapted. So for those in relationship, in this part, when asked if COVID-19 had affected their relational dealings, 60.7% said yes. because the common problems includes communication gaps and less interaction with one another. We could not deny the fact that this age group, the adolescent, they are what we call your social movers. They wanted to socialize with their peers, with their friends. So this movement restriction both brought about rather by the pandemic had changed everything. So more so, 32.4% of the respondents currently have access to any type of contraceptive during the time of the pandemic, wherein 4.9% has experienced also sexual abuse. This experience of sexual abuse is not only delimited during the time of the pandemic, but it also covers during the pre-COVID time. In general, adolescents and the youth are hopeful and positive that they can get through the challenges brought about by this pandemic. It shows the resiliency of the Filipino youth. It shows that the respondents can effectively cope with the challenges and problems brought about by this health crisis and its accompanying problems or issues. But we could not also deny the fact that there is still a need to ameliorate or to augment existing support mechanism to really let coping to become effective and so that this youth could adjust effectively in the situation. So in conclusion, as I have said, COVID-19 pandemic and its accompanying lockdown had brought about a sense of fear and anxiety in all parts of the world. This occurrence had greatly affected everyone, especially the adolescents and the youth sector in general, that they are the one of those who are considered to be vulnerable. In the light of this study, data showed that the nature and extent of the impact of COVID-19 to the adolescent and to the youth depend on many vulnerability factors. This includes their developmental age. Early adolescent, late adolescent group have different coping mechanism. Educational status in school and out of school youth, there are different perception on how they are going to cope with the pandemic. Family dynamics played a significant role, much so of the individual coping. And there are also other issues and concerns that affects the coping and the adaptation as well as the flexibility of the youth. In general, adolescents and the youth are hopeful and positive that they can get through the challenges brought about by this pandemic. It shows that the respondents, as I have said, can effectively cope with the challenges and problems both brought about by this crisis that we're all facing. But again, there is a need to ameliorate and to augment existing support mechanism to be able to cope and adjust effectively in the situation. Generally, if we're going to look at this time of pandemic gave us the outlook of the importance of mental health, not only in the part of the youth but also in the general population. Hence, we should give attention to it, and it is the high hopes of this research because of this information that was cultivated from the ground. We could be able to provide programs at the same time, projects to really address the need of the present time, which is the psychosocial health of our targeted population, which is in the youth. I hope that you have able to, or I am able to share with you at least a glimpse of idea of what is really happening on the ground as far as the psychosocial consideration and status of the targeted population, which is the youth of the society, is concerned. So thank you so much for allowing me to share the fruits of my academic work, and God bless us all.
Bago ko simulan ang aking presentasyon, binabati ko kayo ng isang magandang araw sa ating lahat. Unang-una, nais ko pong magpasalamat sa Bian Books Publication sa pamumuno ng ating masigasig na CEO at Pangulo na si Dr. Leonilo B. Capulso. Ang aking ibabahagi sa inyo ngayon ay may pamagat na pananaw ng guro sa epekto ng implementasyon ng Mother Tongue-based multilingual education sa pagkatuto ng mag-aaral. Nina Lourdes S. Bascuña, PhD, Associate Professor 5, College of Arts and Sciences, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Pili Campus, at Benjo C. Barleso, Instructor, College of Arts and Sciences, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Pili Campus. Narito po ang kaligiran ng pananaliksik. Ang pananaliksik na ito ay pinamagatang pananaw ng guro sa epekto ng implementasyon ng MTB-MLE sa pagkatuto ng mag-aaral. Ang MTB-MLE ay nakapaloob sa Section 5, Curriculum Development sa Republic Act 10533 na naglalayong gamitin ang mother tongue bilang wika mula kinder hanggang ikatlong baitang. Isinama ito sa bagong kurikulum upang matutong magbasa ng may pangunawa at maintindihan ng mabuti ang itinuturo sa kanilang unang taon ng pag-aaral. Naniniwala ang DepEd na ang paggamit ng mother tongue sa unang taon ng edukasyon ay makatutulong sa mas epektibo at mas mabilis na pagkatuto ng mga mag-aaral. Ang layunin nito ay matukoy at malaman ang epekto ng paggamit ng MTB-MLE bilang medium sa pagtuturo ng mga mag-aaral. Dumako naman po tayo sa kahalagahan ng pananaliksik. Ang pananaliksik na ito ay pinamagatang pananaw ng guro sa epekto ng implementasyon ng Mother Tongue-Based Multilingual Education or MTB-MLE sa pagkatuto ng mag-aaral. Sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik na ito ay maaaring mapalawig ang kaalaman ng mambabasa tungkol sa mga reaksyon ng guro sa programang ito. Ang resulta ng pananaliksik na ito ay magbibigay gabay sa mga taong maaaring maging sangkot sa pag-aaral na nakatala sa ibaba. Sa mga mag-aaral, sa mga guro, sa mga magulang, sa mga kurikulum, sa mga mananaliksik, at sa mga mananaliksik sa hinaharap. Dumako naman po tayo sa metodolohiya. Ito ay ginamitan ng disenyo ng pananaliksik na makikita natin sa kaliwang hanay, comparative na metodo na nakapaloob ang sampling technique at random sampling. At sa kanang hanay naman po ay nandito ang descriptive na metodo na nakapaloob ang mga respondente na may 60 respondenteng guro simula kinder hanggang ikatlong baitang. At narito naman po ang resulta at talakayan. Sa talahanayan 3.4, batay sa resulta sa mga datos kung gaano ka-epekto ang Mother Tongue-Based Multilingual Education or MTB-MLE, gaano ka-epektibo, frequency, at percentage. Una, napaka-epektibo, frequency 1, percentage 1.67. Ikalawa, epektibo, frequency 29, percentage 48.3. Ikatlo, hindi masyadong epektibo, frequency 25, percentage 41.67. At ang ikaapat, hindi epektibo, frequency 2, percentage 3.33. At ito po ang naging konklusyon. Lumalabas sa nakalap na datos, 55% ng populasyon ang sumasang-ayon sa implementasyon. Sa kabilang banda, 45% naman ay hindi sumasang-ayon. Sa kabuuhan, mas maraming guro sa primarya hanggang sa ikatlong baitang ang sumasang-ayon sa implementasyon. Sa kabuang konklusyon, sa kabila ng mga negatibong epekto ng MTB-MLE ay nangibabaw pa rin ang mga positibong epekto sa pagkatuto ng mga mag-aaral. Narito din po ang mga sangguniang ginamit. Yan lamang po. Maraming salamat.
Good day, everyone. Acceptability and marketability of malunggay, ampalaya, and okra seeds powder as a coffee substitute, or I called Maokra coffee, is the title of my study. I am Mary Ann M. Carag, teaching TVL Home Economics at Batasan Hills National High School, Senior High School Department from SDO Quezon City. My research was established last year, 2019, and my master's degree, Masters of Arts in Teaching, major in Food Technology at Marikina Polytechnic, College. Let's go now to the introduction of my study. In an article, nanopdf.com 2018 defines coffee as a dark brewed beverage which has a slightly acidic flavor from the roasted seed. It has been part of the Filipino daily meal. It contains caffeine, which is a central nervous system and a metabolic stimulant that restores one's alertness. It is one of the most consumed beverages in the world. Coffee is a must-drink beverage to the majority with a reference to the people, especially the adults. Healthier and cheaper choice of coffee. Variants of coffee flavor all over the world were already produced, aiming for the discovery of alternative sources for coffee production. To create this product, the researchers analyzed some factors to produce a healthier and cheaper choice of coffee. As we all know, coffee is known as a beverage to the most people all over the world, known for making the drinker active because of its stimulating effect on the functions of the brain. Coffee acts as stimulant by its caffeine. Too much caffeine is also bad for our health. Me and my husband is a coffee lover. But along the way, naging acidic ako because heavy consumptions that I make may cause to some unpleasant symptoms like anxiety, headache, increase in blood pressure, and restlessness. But di ba nga tanggapin natin, pag nakasanayan na ng tiyan natin, and every morning, coffee is a part of it. But drinking coffee also affects humans' health. It has been studied to determine the effect of coffee because of coffee contains several compounds which are known to affect human body, but again, there is a reason to drink coffee. To create a healthy and less caffeine, with malunggay, ampalaya, and ocre powder as the ingredients. Why I choose these ingredients? We all know that all of the seeds are nutritious and full of vitamins and minerals. The first ingredients that I use is the Moringa oleifera, or the malunggay seed, which is also known as a horseradish tree or ben oil tree in English. It is indeed a very useful plant. It is rich in nutrient. The leaves, the flowers, and the fruits of malunggay are edible. Filipinos eat them as a vegetable. Malunggay seeds are apparently good for our gout, asthma, hiccups, and rheumatic pains. And edible naman po talaga ang seeds nito na ginagamit natin in some of our dishes like pinakbet and dinengdeng and many more. The second one, the ingredients that I use is the ampalaya seeds. Ampalaya seeds contains a mixtures of flavonoids and alkaloids. Make the pancreas produce more insulin that controls the blood sugar in diabetics. Aside from vitamin A, B, and C, iron, folic acid, and antioxidant that protect the cells of the body from the damage of the radicals. Though we are removing the seeds of the ampalaya when we use it as our ingredients. And also, I researched on that matter. If we can eat the seeds of the ampalaya, the answer is yes. We will just get the white that coated the seeds. Last but not the least, seed that I use as my ingredients is okra seeds. We all know that okra can grow in a tropical and subtropical country and can also grow in that kind of area like the Philippines. Okra, as we all know, is edible also dahil kinakain naman po talaga natin siya. Okra seed again is rich in a high-quality protein when regards to it contains essential amino acids relative to other plant protein sources. So what are the process? What are the process in or I make to make that maakra coffee? The usual way in making coffee: sun drying, roasting, and grinding. So nakabuo po ako ng maakra coffee. Okay, to create a healthy coffee with less caffeine. Methodology of my study. Experimental method was used in this study to determine the acceptability and marketability of the produced coffee using malunggay, ampalaya, and okra seeds to arrive at a more precise result. We all know that experimental research has a vital role in the society, particularly in the improvement of the human life. Experimental method also of research is defined as a systematic and scientific approach. Survey questionnaires were administered to the 90 respondents of Batasan Hills National High School and Barangay Batasan Hills. Respondents are 20 to 30 years old, 31 to 40 years old, and 41 years old and above. After evaluated by the expert, I'm talking about the survey questionnaire, to ensure the validity of it, I asked an expert to validate the questionnaire. And this was also to determine the evaluations of the respondents on the finished product in terms of the sensory attribute or the appearance, aroma, taste, and texture. There were three different proportions I used in this study: 20%, 40%, and 60. 20, 40, and 60 grams in every gram, there is a 70% or the concentrations of the seeds are 70% of malunggay seed, 25% of ampalaya seed, and 5% of the okra seed to more better output. Trial and error to come up with the best mixtures of the maokra coffee. I also used Likert rating scale, where the range and descriptive values are presented. I secured a written permit in the Division City School of Quezon City to conduct the research. I administered it to the consumer respondents, the 90 respondent with taste test also. Okay, maokra coffee is the name of the coffee. 9-point hedonic scale rating for the level of acceptability for the criteria of the appearance, aroma, taste, and texture. This was also used to determine the level of acceptability and the marketability of the maokra coffee. In terms of the four criteria that I mentioned: appearance, aroma, taste, and texture. Analysis of variance, ANOVA. This was also used to determine if there was a significant difference in the evaluation of the three groups of respondents on the acceptability of the maokra in 20, 40, and 60 grams. Let's go now to the statement of the problem. Okay, number one, how did the adult 20 to 30 years old, adult 31 to 40 years old, and 41 years old and above respondents evaluate the level of acceptability and level of marketability of the malunggay, ampalaya, and okra seeds in terms of appearance, aroma, taste, and texture? Was there a significant difference in the evaluations? Acceptability level of marketability of malunggay, ampalaya, and okra seed powder as a coffee substitute in terms of the aforementioned criteria. What was the level of marketability of the maokra coffee as perceived by the adult 20 to 30, 31 to 40, and 41 years old and above? Study sought answer to the following. Number 4. Was there a significant difference in the evaluation of the three groups of respondents on the level of marketability of the Mocha coffee? Number 5. What was the physicochemical analysis of the prepared Mocha coffee in terms of potassium, moisture, potential for hydrogen, and calcium? And what were the comments and suggestions of the respondents to further improve the product? Finding an implication. So number 1, the adult 20 to 30 respondents evaluated the acceptability of the mookra with 20 grams proportion in terms of appearance, aroma, taste, and texture. As a moderately acceptable with rated mean of 7.84 and very acceptable, and adult 30 to 40 and 41 above respondent as evidenced by the grand weighted mean rating of 8.44 and 8.28 respectively. This implies that the three groups have different perceptions on democracy as a coffee substitute. The respondent personally built conceptualization on the Maokra coffee. There was no significant difference in the evaluations of the groups of respondents on the acceptability of the malunggay, ampalaya, and ocused powder as a coffee substitute with 20 grams, 40 grams, and 60 grams proportions in terms of appearance and texture. This implies that varying amount of powderized mocha seed affected taste, which the respondents build realization and establish taste-related association. Finding and implications. Number 3. So the adult 20 to 30 respondent rated the level of marketability of the Mocha coffee, a grand mean rating of 4.35, interpreted as high potential, with the adult 31 to 40 respondent gave it a grand mean of 4.60 VHP, very high potential, and those of 41 years old and above rated it 4.46 grand mean, which is a high potential for marketing. This means that there are significant differences among the evaluation of the three groups of respondents on the level of marketability. Number 4, the 30 grams portion has less calcium content, less moisture, and less potassium content, but high acidic compared to the other two proportions. On the other hand, 60 grams proportion has the highest content of calcium, has a moderate content of moisture is moderate acidic, and has a high potassium content compared to 20 and 40 grams. So as you can see, ito po yung mga components na na-test po. This was the component tested on my Maokra coffee and UP Diliman at Analytical Services Laboratory and Earth Material Science Laboratories. About its components and contents, moisture and pH level, fresh seeds, processed seeds was tested. Result. Let's go now to the result. There was no significant difference in the evaluation of the three groups of respondents on the acceptability and marketability of malunggay, ampalaya, and ocused powder as a coffee substitute. In terms of appearance, aroma, taste, and texture. There was no significant difference in the evaluation of the three groups of respondents on the acceptability and marketability of coffee with 20, 40, and 60 grams. For each proportion of powderized malunggay, ampalaya and okra seed is a coffee substitute in terms of supply availability, consumers' demand, and cost of production. Let's go now to the comments and suggestions. The appearance, aroma, and taste of mocha coffee is almost the same as that of the commercial coffee sold in the market. The mocha coffee tastes very good, especially the 40 grams proportion compared to the other proportion. The mocha coffee the mocha coffee is another alternative for commercial coffee. The researcher may consider promoting the mocha coffee as one of the product in the local market. The aroma, quality of the mocha coffee may be more improved by adding cinnamon to reach the possibility of the extreme acceptance of the respondents. The mocha seed is affordable when used as an ingredient. Yes, it's true. This is a 500 grams. This is a 500 grams that I did as a mocha coffee. So it contains 25 cups of coffee. It only costs 242 pesos for almost 9.68 per cups lang po. So sobrang mura, but at the same time, it's healthy and nutritious. Recommendation. The college student researcher may craft a project proposal on the production of the mocha coffee for possible research grants from the Department of Science and Technology. And the local government may promote the mocha coffee as one of the healthy coffee products in the local market. Future researchers may undertake similar studies on different seeds that could be a product utilizing other healthy ingredients. There is a saying, there are no secrets to success. There are no secrets to success. It is a result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure by Colin Powell, former U.S. Defense Secretary. Again, preparation and hard work in seeking the answer to this study is the key to its success. So I will show you the references that I used in this study. So again, magandang araw po sa lahat at maraming salamat. Thank you for listening. God bless us all.
Good day to one and all. I am Marilyn G. Olivo, School Principal 2 of Canarem Elementary School, Victoria East District, Division of Tarlac Province. It is my honor and privilege to present with you my conducted applied research entitled Parents' Perception on Printed Modular Distance Learning in Canarem Elementary School, Basis for Proposed Action Plan. Parents are vital partners in educating learners. This is especially true today since face-to-face classes are not allowed amid the COVID-19 pandemic. For learners without resources to attend online classes, they are provided with learning modules which will they be used for this school year 2020-2021. To make learning possible for their children, parents preferred printed modules as the mode of learning delivery. This was based from the results generated from the Learner Enrollment and Survey Form, or the LESF, conducted by most public elementary schools, such as in the school where the researcher is assigned as principal. In a modular learning delivery, parents or elderly siblings will be actively involved in their children's learning and will act as facilitators. They will guide and support the learning process of the children at home. They will help in accomplishing given home learning tasks in the learning modules. Along this context, the researcher decided to conduct a study that determined parents' perception about the printed modular distance learning modality. Since this is the first time that modular learning is being implemented, research is relevant so that findings will lead to improvement in the implementation of this kind of learning. Nobody knows when this non-face-to-face class will be lifted, so it would be best to strengthen modular learning. This study then aimed to consider the insights, opinions, and perspectives of parents about printed modular distance learning modality. The findings were the basis for the development of an action plan to strengthen the role of parent support as partners in the continuous learning of children in situations when face-to-face classes with teachers are not possible. This was the very reason why this applied research was conceived. Here are the research questions. Number one, what are the parents' perception on printed modular distance learning, on distribution of modules, on retrieval of modules, time allotment, learning activities or assessment, safety and health protocols, and number two, what action plan can be proposed to enhance parental support in the printed modular distance learning? Here's the method. This was a descriptive study wherein there are 50 parent respondents selected via convenience sampling. Weighted mean was used to analyze the responses, and questionnaires were distributed through Purok parent leaders. Here are the results on the distribution of modules. Parents agreed that the distribution was well organized. Parents claimed that the schedule of distribution was not a problem since their Purok parent leaders were the ones who brought the learning modules to their homes. On retrieval of modules, parents generally agreed that retrieval of the modules went generally well. According to some of the parents interviewed, their children needed more time to answer the modules and accomplish the activities indicated. There was no problem with the designated places to put back the modules and the schedule of the retrieval, but the length of time to return the modules was so short according to some parents. In terms of time allotment, parents expressed that time allotment to finish activities in the module was not enough because they claimed activities were so many in a short period of time. Although they agreed that time for reading was adequate, the problem was on the voluminous activities to answer. This is the reason why parents disagreed that the time allotment to accomplish the learning modules for each subject was adequate, or 2.30 minutes disagree. And children were able to cope with the subjects within the time given, or 2.30 disagree. In terms of learning activities or assessment, parents agreed that activities are enough to allow learners to acquire the expected competencies. Parents also agreed that learning activities were child-friendly and these were localized and realistic. However, some parents interviewed claimed that they could not understand other lessons in the module, so they could not help their children in answering the learning activities. Most parents only finished elementary education, so they had limited knowledge. On safety and health protocols, parents highly agreed that safety and health protocols were implemented in the school in the delivery and retrieval of learning modules. Was always clean and well maintained. Moreover, hygiene and sanitation were always observed. Findings imply the assurance and confidence of control of the spread of COVID-19 in the community because of the strict observance of health protocols by the IATF and the school authorities. Overall, Implementation of printed modular learning was perceived by parents to be generally well, except for two challenges extracted from parent responses in the questionnaire. These were many learning activities to accomplish in the module in a short period of time, and the inadequacy of some parents to help explain the topic to their children, so they could not answer some questions in the learning activities. The action plan, therefore, developed in this study will provide strategies to address these two challenges. What are the proposed action plan? Or the action plan to improve the implementation of the printed modular learning in the new normal? The first objective, to develop learning activities that doable in a given time. Strategy, rule of 5 strategy for multiple choice item, wherein teachers only will give 5 questions to answer per learning concept. Simple artwork, if teachers want an artwork as a learning activity, they have to give only 1 per learning concept. So teacher must meet during the development of learning modules so that they do not require students to do art activities at the same time for all subjects. Resources and timeline before the start of every quarter. Learning modules and learning activities. For the means of verification, we have the learning module and the meeting attendance. Another objective, to assist parents on how to guide their children in learning using the modules. Strategies, 2-day seminar for parents every quarter. School head and teachers can conduct 2-day seminar in a month to orient parents about the learning modules. Teachers will explain parts of the modules to the parents so they can assist or guide their children at home. Resources and timeline before the start of each quarter. Venue will be in the school. 50 pesos per parent will be allotted per day for the meals, and school head may use donations from LGUs. Means of verification, program, attendance, and documentation. Another one, to have better teacher-parent and community partnership for the delivery of teaching among the pupils. Strategy, Purok parent leaders may also be taught to help in guiding pupils in learning using the module. Resources and timeline all throughout the school year. Means of verification, we have documentation like pictures. For the conclusions, parents perceived that the modular distance learning was generally implemented well, except for the learning activities which they claimed were too many to complete in a given time period. Likewise, some parents claimed they could guide their children in answering the learning activities because they could not understand some topics or lessons. For the recommendations, school head must meet teachers during the module development so they can determine what learning activities to include in the module on a particular day. So school head may remind teachers not to give too many learning activities, especially for the pupils in the lower grades. Number 2, parents should be oriented about the lessons in the modules, so they will be able to guide their children in accomplishing the learning activities. The orientation of parents must be scheduled for 2 days to cover all the lessons for the entire quarter. Teachers will hold the orientation simultaneously by grade level. For the reflection or the implication of this research in the new normal, teaching in the new normal is indeed challenging. For teachers, preparation of modules was a sacrifice as they have spent sleepless nights printing and putting together all the learning materials. Parents also had their difficulties because they did not have adequate education that could have given them knowledge to guide their children in accomplishing learning modules. However, these difficulties have to be taken as opportunities to learn. Teachers must be ready and flexible because nobody knows when this pandemic will end and when face to face class will be restored. Teachers should lead up to their noble job of teaching and developing the minds and values in whatever circumstances. Young people are the future leaders. Thus, they need to be equipped and prepared for huge responsibilities to come. For the parents, they need to realize that parenting is not only providing children's materials needs, but also in helping them develop mentally, socially, emotionally, and spiritually. This means they need to be directly involved in the education of their children and fully cooperate with school efforts for the welfare of their children. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Once again, I'm Marlene G. Olivo, School Principal 2 of Canarem Elementary School, Victoria East District, Division of Tarlac Province.
Good day, everyone, to the organizers, guests, and fellow presenters and educators. I am Cheryl Ruiz Garcia, Master Teacher 2 from Cabcaben Elementary School, Division of Bataan. The title of my study, Status and Challenges on the Implementation of Learning Continuity Plan in Public Elementary Schools. The outbreak of COVID-19 has greatly affected the different sectors of the government. One of the most badly affected sectors is the Department of Education all over the world. At the onset of the pandemic, classes were shut down as early as March 2020. Classes only resumed last October 5, 2020. To eliminate the education catastrophe, the Department of Education in our country has answered the call of UNESCO through the implementation of the Learning Continuity Plan that mandates the use of different modalities, such as distance learning, face-to-face set with a class composed of 15 students, blended learning, and the modular approach. Since the means to be used in the delivery of quality education in the new normal are new to all the educators, specifically in the use of the learning management system by the school's division of Bataan. Educators have a boatload of questions on these modalities, especially in the use of e-learning. With this modality in mind, a research gap was made. The study was conducted in the light of better teaching modalities that can be used in times of emergencies. Specifically, the study aims to answer the following. What is the demographic profile of respondents in terms of age and designation? Are the teachers and school administrators familiar with the Learning Continuity Plan of SDO Bataan for the school year 2020-2021? What are the teachers and school administrators' definition of the Learning Continuity Plan? Are the teachers and school administrators familiar with the learning management system that will be used by the school's division of Bataan during the new normal setup? Is there a significant difference in the perception of teachers and school administrators about the implementation of the learning management system under the Learning Continuity Plan for the school year 2020-2021 in terms of current status of the Philippine education system in terms of readiness in delivering milk using different modalities, guidelines in the implementation of learning modalities during the new normal, proper information dissemination about the learning management system, use of the learning modalities for synchronous and asynchronous meetings, provisions of learners' materials, guidelines on how to conduct synchronous and asynchronous meetings, reskilling of teachers for new normal, and knowledge of the use of e-learning platforms. Based from the standpoints of teachers and school administrators of SDO Bataan, what are the possible challenges that may be encountered upon the implementation of these learning modalities during the new normal? What solutions can be suggested to address these problems if ever that they have encountered them during the actual implementation in the school year 2020-2021? The study utilizes a quantitative research methodology. Data was obtained through the use of research-made questionnaire. Respondents are composed of elementary teachers and school administrators from the 1st and 2nd District of Bataan. The number of respondents was computed using the G-power analysis. The total computed sample is 328, composed of 66 participants for sample size 1, the administrators, and 262 for sample size 2, the teachers. For a clearer presentation, the results are divided into 8 parts. A. Demographic profile of the respondents. B. Familiarity of teachers and the school administrators on the learning continuity plan. C. Definition of teachers and school administrators on the learning continuity plan. D. The familiarity of teachers and school administrators on the learning management system. E. Familiarity on the different learning modalities and the respondents' preferences for the most suited learning modalities during the affirmity. F. Standpoints of teachers and school administrators in terms of the current situation of the Philippine education system in terms of readiness for opening the school year 2020-2021. G. Possible challenges that may be encountered upon the implementation of the learning modalities as perceived by the teachers and school administrators. H. Suggested possible solutions to perceived challenges. Demographic profile of respondent. The demographic profile of the respondent as described in terms of age and designation. Figure 1 and Figure 2 show the percentage of the teachers and school administrators who participated in the survey. Figure 1 respondents' age bracket. Figure 1 revealed that the bulk of educators and school administrators age ranged from 36 to 40 years old and followed by the age bracket of 45 to 40 years old. The least number of participants found to be from the age of 20 to 25. Figure 2, respondents' designation. In the case of the study, the allocation ratio between the school administrators is 1:4. Thus, we have 66 school administrators and 262 teachers as participants for the study. Figure 2 implied that 79.88% of the respondents are composed of teachers, while the remaining 20.12% have consisted of school administrators. Aside from that, the graph showed that the majority of teachers participants have Teacher 3 designation. The mandate of DepEd Order Number 12, Series of 2020 is the answer of the Department of Education to the call of UNESCO in preventing illiteracy in the future. The graph on the right side shows the percentage of the teachers and administrators knowledge about the Learning Continuity Plan. 97% of the respondents are aware of the Learning Continuity Plan of the DepEd and SDO Bataan, apart from 3% of the total population is unaware of the said mandate. Part of the Learning Continuity Plan is the use of learning management system. When the respondents were asked about the learning management system, 94.5% of 328 respondents said that they are familiar with the learning management system. The figure shows that 0.09% of 328 respondents are not familiar with the learning modalities. Among the given modalities, the majority of the respondents considered the modular approach as the most appropriate learning modality. For the standpoint of the teachers and school administrators in terms of the current situation of the Philippine education system in terms of readiness for opening of the school year 2020-2021, 83 out of 328 respondents believe that COVID-19 pandemic had paralyzed the duties and responsibilities of the employees in the Department of Education. 236 out of 328 educators think that opening classes during the affirmity are not applicable at present. As shown in the previous charts, the results show that there is no significant difference in the perception of elementary teachers and school administrators in terms of the readiness of the Philippine government and the Philippine education system in opening the classes for the school year 2020-2021. There is no significant difference in the perception of elementary teachers and school administrators about understanding the guidelines in the implementation of learning modalities during the new normal. There is no significant difference in the perception of elementary teachers and school administrators about the proper information dissemination of the learning management system. There is no significant difference in the perception of elementary teachers and school administrators on the use of the learning modalities for the synchronous and asynchronous meetings. There is no significant difference in the perception of elementary teachers and school administrators regarding the provisions of learners' materials. There is no significant difference in the perception of elementary teachers and school administrators about the importance of guidelines on how to conduct the synchronous and asynchronous meetings. There is no significant difference in the perception of elementary teachers and school administrators on the importance of reskilling the teachers as preparation for the new normal education setup. There is no significant difference in the perception of elementary teachers and school administrators on the knowledge on the use of e-learning platforms. Here are the possible challenges that may be encountered upon the implementation of the learning modalities as perceived by the teachers and school administrators. Based on the graph, educators perceive the lack of internet connection and gadgets as the utmost problems that will be rampant in the upcoming school year 2020-2021. Here are the perceived educational blights and the possible solutions. And for the conclusion, the majority of the participants belong to 36 to 40 age brackets. Most of them have Teacher 3 designation. SDO Bataan has informed the teachers and school administrators comprehensively since 97% of the respondents are familiar with the Learning Continuity Plan. The elementary teachers and school administrators view the Learning Continuity Plan as the clear guidelines in delivering the most essential learning competencies during the pandemic. Teachers and school administrators must update on the learning management system. The different learning modalities are well disseminated with the teachers and school administrators. The perception of teachers and school administrators regarding the readiness of the Department of Education and the Philippine government in opening the classes for the school year 2020-2021 are the same. The respondents believe that the opening of the school year is too risky for the entire Philippine populace. Among the identified problems, the lack of gadgets and internet connection are considered as the toughest challenges that the education sector will face in the upcoming school year. Respondents suggested that educators should look for learning modalities that will not use gadgets and connections. They also stressed that the national government and LGUs should be top for upgrading the connectivity even to the remote areas of the country. And for the recommendation, capacitate the younger generations of teachers to be participative in the delivery of milk to the students and be aware of the mandates in the Department of Education. Reach the remaining 3% of teachers who are not aware of the learning continuity plan of DepEd and School Division of Bataan. The provision of gadgets and laptops can be a means in addressing the problem of the implementation of synchronous and asynchronous distance learning. Continuous training and seminar for teachers and school administrators about the learning management system will produce effective and efficient teachers and school administrators. End to end, I am very much grateful to the organizer of this event for reviewing and have my paper accepted and be presented in this prestigious academic conference. This is a big step for the objectives of this study to be heard and be realized by those who are in authority to hear the silent or unsung cries of the teachers or at least consider the recommendation. Once again, isang mapagpalang araw sa ating lahat. Thank you for listening. God bless us all.
It is such a great honor to be presenting to you my research in the 2021 International Multidisciplinary Research Conference. I am going to share with you my screen so that you can see my presentation. My research is entitled The Emotional Competence and Academic Performance of Senior High School Students. I am Vivencio Angelo U. Marquez Jr., a senior high school teacher from Quezon Science High School, Department of Education. Public high schools with a specialized science curriculum are regarded as the place for the cream of the crop. Enrollment in these schools usually requires the rigorous selection of students, such as passing an entrance exam, comprehensive interview, and meeting the grade requirements. Moreover, the perceived greater challenge in the curriculum adds both value and prestige to the diploma received from any of these schools. Quezon Science High School is an institution of excellence in science and technology under the Department of Education, and it aims to prepare its students for careers in science and technology and contributes to the development of the nation by nurturing them to become proficient professionals and leaders. The researcher teaches the subjects oral communication and personal development. The students revealed their inner thoughts in classroom discussions and work outputs. And the researcher learned that some students are emotionally down, with instances of crying during activities. The teacher's reflection and observation journal revealed the following occurrences. Students suddenly cried in separate multiple instances, which led to the disruption of the class. Multiple instances where students asked to go out of the classroom because he or she was feeling emotionally down. Students sitting on the floor while crying in the corner of the classroom. And some essays, class outputs of the students revealed that they experienced anxiety, stress, and being emotionally not okay. Further, data from the guidance counselor's office revealed the number of students that went through behavior management and counseling, which is emotionally related. In 2018, 11 students, but in 2019, it grew to 54. Therefore, we have an increase of 43 students, equivalent to a 390% increase. This problem is also experienced by students around the world because an article published by National Education Association updated March 2019, the title was The Epidemic of Anxiety Among Today's Students, and a survey from PEW Research Center also revealed that anxiety and depression was the top major problem that teens see among their peers. Objective. This study determined the emotional competence of the grade 11 senior high school students in its relationship to their academic performance in oral communication and in personal development. Emotional competence. This is the resulting characteristic of the grade 11 students based on the Profile of Emotional Competence questionnaire. Statement of the problem. It answered the following specific questions. First, what is the level of emotional competence of grade 11 students according to the result of the Profile of Emotional Competence? Second, what is the academic performance of the grade 11 students in oral communication and personal development? Number 3, is there a significant relationship between grade 11 students' performance and emotional competence? And lastly, what framework for emotional competence and academic performance may be developed? This study tested that there is no significant relationship between grade 11 students' performance and emotional competence. The theoretical framework is anchored in Daniel Goleman's emotional competency model of 1997 and states that emotional competencies are not innate talents, but rather learned capabilities that must be worked on and developed to achieve outstanding performance as the highest level of social adaptation. The research paradigm, we have the input, which is the level of emotional competence, followed by the process, which is the teaching learning process in oral communication and personal development. Then the significant relationship will be tested. And then we are going to also to get the academic performance for oral communication and personal development. And the final output is the framework for emotional competence and academic performance. The researcher foresees that the result of this study will benefit the following. The teachers, because they will know how to handle students with emotional challenges and to come up with innovative ways inside the classroom to help enhance the students' emotional competence. The students, this study will help sharpen their emotional competence and deepen their understanding. For the parents, they will gain knowledge on the emotional competence of children in school and will know how to deal with it. And the community, if the teachers know how to handle or react and deal with students with emotional challenges, then they will be able to help the students on how to focus more on their studies. And in the future, when they graduate, they will be a productive constituents of the community. For the methodology, the research design is the descriptive method. Purposive and convenient sampling was used. The respondents are all of the 63 grade 11 students, which represent the total population. And the study was conducted at Quezon Science High School, Tayabas, Quezon Province. The following data gathering instruments were used. First is the Profile of Emotional Competence, or the PEC. This was given to the two sections of grade 11 students handled by the researcher. The purpose of the PEC is to determine the emotional competence of the 63 grade 11 students. The PEC is a product of more than 10 years of research developed by Basur and Mikolakshak. Several studies on a total of nearly 22,000 subjects were used to validate it. This table shows the verbal interpretation of emotional competence. So we can see the scale, the range 1 to 5, the verbal interpretation, and the corresponding emotional competence, which is high, moderate, and low. Number 2 is the school document analysis. Grade 11 students' academic performance in oral communication and personal development during the first and second grading periods were processed and analyzed. Upon the OIC head's approval of the request to conduct the researcher conducted an orientation to the respondents before asking for their consent. Also, proper safekeeping of the documents was implemented to respect the participants' right to confidentiality. The Profile of Emotional Competence, or PEC, was given to the respondents. Then, the researcher taught and gave activities to the grade 11 students of oral communication and personal development, and the activities were graded as applicable. The data gathered were computed, tabulated, analyzed, and interpreted. Statistical treatment. Frequency count and percentage were used in describing the students' emotional competence and performance in oral communication and in personal development. Weighted mean was used to determine the grade 11 students' emotional competence from the result of the Profile of Emotional Competence. Pearson's product moment correlation was used to test for the significant relationship in the grade 11 students' performance in oral communication and personal development with emotional competence. Results and discussion. First, the level of emotional competence of grade 11 students based on the profile of emotional competence. Of the 63 grade 11 students, 30 were classified as having high emotional competence, 29 have moderate, while 4 belong to the low emotional competence. To back up and further understand more the result, the researcher interviewed 10 grade 11 students and asked the question about what affects them most emotionally and how they cope with it, which will be discussed later in the developed framework for emotional competence and academic performance of grade 11 students part. Second, the academic performance of the grade 11 students in oral communication and personal development. The table shows an overwhelming result of grade 11 students' performance. In the first grading period, all students were outstanding in their performance in both courses, oral communication and personal development. In the second grading period, 1 out of the 63 students got a grade of 85 to 89, which is very satisfactory in oral communication. On the other hand, all of the 63 students were outstanding in personal development. Third, the significant relationship between grade 11 students' academic performance and emotional competence. The table shows the significant relationship of the grade 11 students' performance in oral communication and in personal development with emotional competence. A high correlation exists between emotional competence and oral communication based on the result of Pearson's R of 0.748. Furthermore, since the p-value is 0, which is less than the 0.05 level of significance, the hypothesis was rejected and concludes that there is a significant relationship between grade 11 students' emotional competence and their performance in oral communication. A high correlation also exists between emotional competence and personal development based on the result of the Pearson's R of 0.717. Furthermore, since the p-value is 0, which is less than the 0.05 level of significance, the hypothesis was rejected and concludes that there is a significant relationship between grade 11 students' emotional competence and their performance in personal development. Develop framework for emotional competence and academic performance of grade 11 students. As we can see, the emotional competence is divided into two parts. First is the interpersonal, which is the others, and intrapersonal. Emotional competencies, which is identification, understanding, listening, regulation, and use of emotions. To back up, interviewed 10 grade 11 students and asked the question about what affects them most emotionally and how they cope with it to determine the specific emotional competencies, others, and self. The table below shows the academic performance, tells us that all the students have an outstanding academic performance. And then the emotional competence, high, moderate, and low. to online
Yes, sir.
or
I
So
remote
therefore, the
learning.
components are not already available
Teachers
for
and
the product.
educators
But
must focus on
how
improving
could you
not
so
just
sure
academic
if
curriculum,
these
but
components
also
of
consider
nutrients are
incorporating
still
programs
present
that
during
help
the time of
support
the
the
process
development
of
of
your
students'
product
emotional
and
competence and
still
well-being.
consume or can
Further,
be used
it is
by the
recommended to
consumer or
create and
the one
implement an emotional
who
competence
will
learning
drink
program
for this
which can
coffee.
address and develop the core
Yes, sir.
emotional
Sir, still
competencies
nandun
of
pa
the
din po sila,
students.
pero nabawasan lang po
Second
ng
is to
konti.
assist
Points
students
lang
with
po
low
yung nabawas,
emotional
sir. When
competence
it comes
to
to
deal
the
with
test
stress
po,
and
kasi
emotional
nagtatest po ako ng
challenges
raw,
by helping
Right.
lahat po
So
yun.
okay
other
ba?
courses
And
in
pass.
the
Yes, sir.
basic education
Yes, sir.
Okay.
curriculum.
So, ang nag-click po sa kanila yung 40 grams. Hindi masyadong matapang, sakto lang. So, yun po yung talagang lumabas, sir, na yun ang gusto po nila.
Okay.
Okay. Apa.
Last question na lang to, Doc Sai and Doc Arlene, if you don't mind.
Sige po, sir.
I
A
am
pleasant
also in the
day
field
to
of
the
medical.
community
I
of
am
research
not only the
enthusiasts.
doctor of education,
For the
but
introductory part
a
of this
midwife
research
and
presentation,
nurse.
it
I
was
just wanted
mentioned
to
by the
know
National Research Council of
a certain disease that this coffee that you being innovated, which could be a target of this innovative
Hi, good
coffee.
day.
So, is there a certain disease which being innovated na pwedeng
Hi,
makatulong
good
sa
day.
ating
I'm Mr.
mga nanonood ngayon na soon to be na maging maging product consumer
Yes
mo?
po, maging consumer ko. Sir, katulad po ng sinabi ko kanina, acid. Kasi po ako, di ba, naging sobrang acidity po ako and then less caffeine siya, sir. So we all know